Morty's Diner. Hot coffee without the toxic sludge.
All right, good evening. Welcome to Morty's Diner. Lots to talk about tonight. Here it is. I don't know what day of the week it is. I think it's Thursday. Let me check. It's Thursday evening, 9:30. And hey, we have first comment from Jay Gray. Will this bring about new daily specials at the diner? You know, that's a great question. Thank you for that. That's a really good question. I bet the waitress says, "What don't you want?" Right. Wow. There were a few comments before the show. JT, no, that's not true. That's impossible. About Morty buying the Horology Dungeon. Well, stay tuned and you'll hear the details. Slurms McKenzie says, good luck, Morty. Chris F. Hey there, Morty. Looking forward to the show. Thank you, Chris. Jimmy. Hey, man. Man, are you the guy I talk to for money, man? Or Rolex, man? Come on, man. Don't be an asshole, man. Send me two... God. Send me $200. You're a millionaire, Morty. Don't bullshit me, man. Unbelievable. JT again. Maybe we've got it all wrong. Maybe Morty will be the Eddie of the dungeon now, going to car washes, driving around aimlessly, finding homeless women with flatulent bowel issues, etc. Wow. Well, if you'd like to support this channel based on tonight's riveting content, you're welcome to please use Cash App, Ko-Fi, or PayPal. Thank you for that. System of a Clown, good evening. Morty went from a broke bum with a debilitating dental debt to a dungeonaire overnight. Incredible success story. Well, I'll talk about that. All right, man. All right. Well, let's get right to it. You notice I haven't put the music on yet. We'll get to that. Jimmy, Morty, serious question. If and when this deal completes, how will you rule the dungeon? Well, I'm going to address that specifically, Jimmy. Iron Fist, like the Higgy, or Wild Wild West like our dearly departed green room? Well, I'm going to address that with specifics. So thank you for the question. Yeah, man. Man. Got it. Okay. JT, will you press the button to monetize the dungeon? Green room was too scared to. Okay, let's get into it. So I've been thinking about this for quite a while, a week, more than a week, with all this Horology Dungeon activity going all around the world. Global transactions, Germany, Australia, United States, Canada, Japan. I mean, who knows where else? And I've had thoughts about this for about a week. And I was pretty close to making a move to acquire the dungeon, but I hadn't put it down on paper yet. Then I saw a video posted earlier today on the Horology Dungeon channel saying they're looking for a buyer. It needs to be sold. Please inquire within. I thought, well, that's it. I'm buying it. And I'm going to tell you how I'm going to run it and what I'm going to do with it and all the details. Thanks, everyone, for watching. I know for a fact there are several I said absolute haters out there and lurkers who hate my fucking guts because they're delusional and demented. But welcome. You're welcome to watch the show in the background and drool your saliva all over your desk there. Okay. Jay Gray, playing hot potato with the... That's exactly what it's been, Jay Gray, hot potato. Playing hot potato with the institution known as the dungeon is disgraceful. You're absolutely right. Oh, he said absolutely. Did you hear that? Okay. All right. So when I saw that video on the dungeon channel earlier today about they're looking for a buyer, it needs to be sold, I said to myself, Morty, you've been thinking about it for a week, take action. So I know a lot of people are saying, well, Morty, he's one of the poors. He doesn't have money. But coincidentally, a couple days ago, and I mentioned this a couple times in the past, I was able to sell my complete, very extensive record album and CD collection going all the way back to the 1920s. Well, you know what I mean. And I got a very nice price. I met a real enthusiast who shares my musical taste, and he really was interested in the titles I have. So we made a deal, and I have the cash in hand. Plus, as I mentioned, I'm selling my Springfield 45, and that'll bring about quite a chunk of change as well. So the money issue is, it's done. I have the cash. So let me go over the history of the dungeon briefly, because there may be people out there who really don't know, because they watch it as of recent, they don't know what it was. And for those who do know, go ahead and take a couple of minute coffee break and come on back. The dungeon was created by Archie Luxury. I don't even remember how many years ago, 5, 6 years ago, maybe 7. I don't know. I don't recall. And Archie created it. Yeah, he had some other people giving him ideas, but it was an Archie Luxury Enterprises owned channel. And it was a place for, after watching the Archie Luxury show, which did not feature many of the people who infest that channel as of recent, just to go and hang out, share stories, have some fun, chit chat, just hang out, not as a biker bar, not as a gay bathhouse, or should I say, not as a Chicago gay bathhouse like Man's Country, but just a place to hang out where all the fans of Archie would go after his show, after he did his 2 or 3 hour nightly show, daily show. And the original host, if I recall, Archie appeared there, but it was Sirocco Sales, and there were other regular hosts back in the beginning, Dodger, I think, I was there on the panel quite often. Angelic Slayer was there regularly on the panel, you know. And they were just talking about stuff without the hate, without the viscountness and misogyny. And it was pretty good, you know. But then, you know, as I said, it got infested, and it was for me, it was destroyed. And I appeared quite often. And then one night, I remember a show I did. It was with Doc BBW and Palway. And this was around the time, somewhat after I had done that, quote, interview with Original OC, which people said was phenomenal, really great. I remember Doc BBW, in fact, on that night said he thought it was so good, he watched it. I remember he said this, he watched it 3 times in a row. What a compliment from Doc BBW on my Mike Wallace interview skills. Anyway, let's catch up on the chat commenters. Hey, good evening, Brightling. It's not the lurkers you really need to worry about. It's the late night jerkers in the background. What was that song by Steve Miller? Joker, poker. I'm a late night joker, poker, jerker. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. Anyway, okay. Jay Gray. That's a catacomb, not a dungeon. Blasphemous impostery. No, we're going to show the dungeon. The dungeon has more LLC shell companies than Enron. Boy, you got that right, system. But I'm taking care of that, you see. I have the education, the training, the experience, and the money to handle this my way, which I will detail. So, so on that show was Doc BBW and Palway, and they were talking about the interview I did, quote, interview with Original OC, and Palway was just going absolutely insane talking to Doc BBW. There must be a clip of that, a copy of that show somewhere deep in the Dungeon archives, but this is years and years ago. Anyway, I couldn't take it. Palway was absolutely going hysterical, and I just said, I can't take this anymore. So that was the last time I appeared on the dungeon. Not because of Doc BBW, but it was just a cumulative effect of, I just can't take this. And that night broke me. I said, that's it. I'm out. I'm out. All right. 20 viewers watching. Thank you all very much for watching the dungeon. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. Watching the Diner channel. Please leave a thumbs up or a thumbs down if you would like to help out this channel. Okay, so then I watched the dungeon, had a sequence of hosts, one after the other, one after the other, one after the other, all the way from convicts, pimps, drug addicts, drug dealers, alcoholics, THC users, criminals, burglars. I'm not joking. This is serious, okay? Foul people. And but it persisted. Then it disappeared for quite a while. Then it came back. And with more convicts, I should say ex-convicts, ex-felons, ex-drug dealers, not drug users, drug dealers, all right? All kinds of miscreants, very violent, verbally violent people. Well, they were physically violent in real life, but on the channel, verbally violent and hateful. And I just stopped attending the channel. Here and there, I would click on, see what's going on, stay about a minute, and then leave, basically, Anyway, so the dungeon turned into, again, as I see it, a dirty, filthy place, full of acrimony and full of malevolence, spitefulness, bitterness, truly evil people. I don't know about demonic, but perhaps endless hate, nastiness, lies, racism, anti-Semitism, channel full of rancor, Just fucking pernicious content. Foul. Hostile personalities. Backstabbers. Vindictiveness. A completely destructive environment, destructive of souls, of content, of people's lives, of people's self-esteem, of people's self-worth, self-respect. A destructive environment. Vile content, vile treatment of other YouTubers. Damnable, totally damnable filth. Like a malignant cancer on the YouTube. Content full of derision, insults, featuring content such as smelling farts. Yeah, discussions about smelling farts as a high art form. Ass washing techniques. Drunk driving featurettes. Taking advantage of drunk women all alone by themselves walking the street at midnight. Just filth, nastiness. I'm not making any of this up. This is all true. People can argue with me, and that's fine, but everything I've said is true. Oh, it's your truth. Your truth. Yeah, well, anyway. Hey, McLobster, good evening. Hopefully the diner will remain a slop-free zone. We can count on that. Pavel, hey man, are you worried Herr Hingis will spring a litany of onerous demands on you at the last minute that will somehow scuttle the deal? No, not at all, and I'll explain that in just a minute. I'll explain exactly why I'm not worried about any interference, shall we say, from Germany or Canada or anywhere else. Jimmy, Morty, you are known as a nice guy. Do you have enough cuntiness in you to deal with all the trolls, malcontents, and general nasty fikers when you assume command? Well, I've never discussed my background in any great detail because it's just be bad to do that, but I've spent a career dealing with trolls, malcontents, and in general, nasty fikers. And always, I repeat, always prevailing. Yes, viscountness. Rancor, well, that's spelled wrong, but that's correct. That's right. As above, so below. You know, there's a lot to that statement there. Jay Gray, you're very incisive with your commentary tonight. Breitling. Racism, misogyny. See, you spelled that correctly, Breitling. Yeah, okay. Racism, misogyny, hate, bullying, viciousness, violence, all true. Okay. Burritos, gas station vapes, and unprotected sex, baby. You're absolutely right, you got one. All right, so first off, a little photo segment here. So, and then I'll explain in detail everything that's been going on here at the diner and the management team. Let's do a quick photo exhibit. So here's the dungeon, and as you can see at the sign in front, it's part of Morty's Diner Enterprises now. You see, there used to be a for sale. There was a for sale sign right there, but now it's been taken by Morty's Diner. What goes on inside this medieval, eerie place? Sick and twisted shit, I'll tell you. You enter, the gaslit lamps hanging from the ceiling, dark lighting, and here is the entrance, the doorway to the dungeon. Dare you enter the dungeon? Do you have what it takes to enter that dungeon? The Horology Dungeon, a virtual chamber of horrors. I've called it a freak show in the past. It's beyond that. It's a chamber of horrors. Do you have what it takes to descend down the steps into the dungeon? Unlock the gate and enter? And deal with scenes of torture, viscountness, misogyny, brutalization, desecration, filth, lies, nastiness, malevolence, an absolute cancer on the YouTube. So I decided, let's change that awful, awful image. There we go. Oh, we'll just go back to this. So I decided to buy the dungeon and run it, own it my way. Jimmy, Rancor. Sorry about that, Morty. I'm on my 5th benzo, typing hard. Continue your recitation. Thank you. I don't mean to pick on it, but, you know. Okay. Here's the deal. Here are the details of what's happening. So after I saw that video that was posted earlier today on the Horology Dungeon channel, that it is up for sale and they're seeking a buyer, I counted up my cash and I have, I believe, a sufficient amount to make a cash offer. So today I've prepared a contract to be submitted to one green room with copies to one Tanzeel in Canada and a Mr. Higgins in Germany, because still nobody knows who actually is the sole and official owner of the dungeon. All that's been determined is it's no longer under the control or domain of Archie Luxury Enterprises. But who's actually the owner? Is it Higgins? Is it Tanzeel? Patel Philippe? Is it Green Room? I don't know. But I prepared the contract and will be tendering the offer tomorrow morning by email. Now, let me explain something about this. When I prepare a contract, just take my word for it. When I prepare a contract, it is ironclad. Ironclad, I say. You don't have to know the details. Ironclad. Okay. They've been tested over the decades, and they are ironclad. Hello, sorry for party rocking. Good evening. Luxie. I don't believe Luxie is involved in any part of the dungeon ownership at all. When, to the best of my research, when Archie Luxury officially turned over the dungeon to a certain Mr. Higgins, Lux, in his whatever participatory role he had in the dungeon, ended when ownership was transferred to Mr. Higgins. Morty sounds deadly serious. Well, yes. As ironclad as an iron, right, okay. So, now, there was a question here which I will address, because I said I will answer that in detail. Pavel, are you worried Herr Hinkus will spring a litany of onerous demands on you at the last minute that will somehow scuttle the deal? No, not at all. Let me just say this, in terms of business transactions, He's outclassed by Morty. In terms of shopping and buying and dealing in the luxury products sphere, no, he's untouchable. Yeah, but in the realm of business transactions and the legal consequences, he's outclassed, as is everybody else out there. Just take my word for it. Okay. There will no longer be any playing hot potato with the institution known as the Dungeon, which has been disgraceful. Question. Let's go back to this question. Will you press the button to monetize the Dungeon? Green Room was scared to. JT, the answer is no. I will not monetize the Dungeon channel. Let me have a glass of water here. All right, let's go back to Jimmy's previous question from some minutes back. Morty, if and when the deal completes, how will you rule the Dungeon? Iron Fist like Higgy or Wild Wild West like our dearly departed Green Room? Well, I will answer that with great specificity. I will be paying for the Dungeon. The contracts will be signed and official legal document. My plan for the Dungeon is to exterminate it. Once I assume full legal ownership, I will delete all content in the Dungeon library, all of it, going back years. It will all be deleted. I will then delete the channel. On YouTube, there's a procedure for deleting a channel. Very, very simple procedure. I'm sure many of you have done it yourself. And then they ask the last question. Once you push this button, it can no longer be retrieved. Are you sure you want to delete? Yes or no? And I will proudly, with an iron fist and a trigger finger, push the yes, click the yes button, and the Dungeon will be gone once and for all. The most humane and decent thing I can do regarding that Horology Dungeon channel. An absolute disgrace to the YouTube community. It's not a deadly serious. Well, I wouldn't use the phrase deadly serious. I would just say ironclad. Okay. Mega Value, good evening. Morty will recreate it as a clone of Mr. Rogers. No. It's a nice thought, but no. I'm going to terminate it with extreme prejudice. Okay. Man reamings have happened there. Yes. And I would add to that with the ebullient delight of the participants. Jam and jelly, man. Narc's not going to like this. He's going to call you a colonist. I don't give a fuck in hell what Narc thinks about anything. The guy is a sick asshole. And I've known him for years. This guy is an unredeemable, irredeemable, sick, twisted asshole. He's a one-act joke, and his act went out of fashion 7 years ago. It was played out 7 years ago, probably 5, 6, 7 years ago. Well, Green Room's around. You might be watching the show. I don't know. 28 viewers. Give a thumbs up if you want to support or if you appreciate tonight's content on the diner. Thumbs up or a thumbs down would be appreciated. Usually I only get 2 thumbs up and 0 donations, because that's Morty's fate. Okay, JT. Will not monetize makes me suspect what I've always suspected all along. Tan still owns it, and this is all a big troll, albeit entertaining. Well, That needs to be worked out with the discovery and research. Who is the actual owner? Is it Higgins? Higgins says Green Room was the full and complete owner. But I don't know. Tomorrow I will find out. Is Tan part owner, full owner? I don't know. Tomorrow it will be determined and resolved. Now, my relationship, Morty's relationship with Higgins, I expect to continue in the excellent manner it's been for many, many years. It's just a business transaction, is what I would say to him. Nothing personal, just business. System. When this transaction closes, the Chicago prison Joy Juice cartel will lose its mind. Wow, very nice, witty moment of lightness you brought to the show there, System. The Chicago prison Joy Juice cartel will lose its mind. Well, I hate to break this to you, but they lost their mind decades ago. Espresso Racer kind of sounds like when The Onion, quote, bought InfoWars. Yeah, that was a real fiasco, I'll tell you. But I wasn't involved in that transaction, so, okay, Pavel. So, essentially, you are taking Doc's report's idea from 12 hours ago of burning it to the ground and salting the earth. Well, I don't know what Doc's report said 12 hours ago. I haven't looked at his channel in a couple days. But I've mentioned these sentiments over a long time. That is just a foul, decrepit, vicious, vindictive, damnable chamber of hell. Jay Gray, it's not for you to say the value to humanity that channel represents, Lex Luthor. Well, someone of decent character needs to stand up and take action, is how I look at it. Listen, the people out there who are dungeon addicts, dungeon dependent, they can find some other channel to infest and take over and continue their nightly spiteful festivals of hate and viscountness. But the dungeon is tainted, and I use that word specifically, tainted, with years of vile, shit, cancerous, onerous filth, and it needs to be wiped off the face of YouTube. Okay. NATO, Narc will apply for the position as Madam Lash in Morty. I have no communications with Narc. He can go fuck off and, you know, you eat a fucking whatever, you know what I mean. Live stream the button being pressed. Interesting. Okay, JT. Tan is the owner. Higgins, Green Room, etc. are all just managers. See, I don't know. Tomorrow, we will discover the facts, and it will all be handled appropriately and correctly. Chains, whips, and sweet potato. Holy shit. Joy Juice, exactly. By the way, I have a video I'm going to be showing, first time premiere. Well, it's a premiere. In about 2 minutes of how we deal with these people out there who just are indecent, vile, vindictive, backstabbing, malignant tumors on the YouTube verse. I mean, the YouTube, on YouTube, period, okay? Higgins is well known for smooth transactions and making friends. Well, not according to JJ, but that's nothing I'm involved in. Morty, how high is your bid and is it backed with funds? Yes, I am totally capitalized, cash in hand, to PayPal to close the deal. Jimmy, I had to step away for a minute, so apologies if you covered this. Will you be insisting on Eddie as part of the deal? Well, I didn't specify him, but I already answered that question in detail. There'll be no more dungeon. I'm going to exterminate it, terminate it, wipe it off of the face of YouTube. Will you house him when he comes out to the left coast to do reporting? No, I won't be doing that. Okay. Hey, Boris, Mort, you know, I've always supported you. Well, that's not what I've heard, but anyway. But I cannot agree with the stance of closing the garbage and trash called the Dungeon down. Remember, it was the liberals stopping freedom of speech. Well, freedom of speech stops when you're telling people to get a knife and cut their throat, go hang themselves, do everyone a favor and go hang yourself. Well, that was on another channel, in fact, but not the Dungeon. But, you know, stuff like that. That's whatever. Okay. Well, I mean, you're free to say that, but you're also free to get arrested. Or, you know, or, you know, you can say that, but then you have to deal with the consequences legally. The legalities, yes. I'm not going to read that. Okay. Jimmy, I see. Thank you, JT. That is sad. Kind of. Not really. Ocean O'Mallard, 5513. Mort, is your bid larger than $990? Yes, it is. Yes. I understood that $1,500 was the last transaction price, the last transaction amount. So I have that. I'm aware of the history of the switch of the transfers of ownership. The last transaction, to my knowledge, is $1,500, but I will discover the details tomorrow. Espresso, Mort Dog is going to bug bomb the place. Not going to blow it out of existence, but in a peaceful manner. I'm just going to, you know, pull the plug on it for permanent erasure. Yes, got that. Okay. Oh, look who's here. Jonathan Quayle Higgins III. Morty, I am ready to connect you with the true owners of the dungeon and facilitate the deal. My commission is 30%. Shake, shake, shake. So you're not the owner then. Everyone was saying you were the true owner. Then you were saying, Higgins, that Green Room was the true owner. So who is the... You see, I'll have to find all this out tomorrow. And then lock the whole thing up. Ironclad it to lock it down, okay, and do it. Plot twist. Lux still owns it. Interesting. Comment, JT. Ocean O'Malley. You outbid me. I'm out. Okay. Espresso. Morty has a very high... Well, yes, I do. I have a good credit limit, yeah. Gigadwa. I heard the new price is 1.5 Bitcoin. Well, that's pretty damned interesting. Okay, now we're talking Aussie Expat, you know, level. Okay. By the way, I saw a video. Let me just take a momentary break from this story here. Earlier, about an hour or two ago, I was watching some YouTube police body cam videos. I saw a video from Pinellas, Florida. Florida seems to have among the best police body cam content. Arkansas also is great stuff. But anyway, the police were called to a strip club in Pinellas, Florida. If you don't know where it is, get a map. And there was a customer, the manager, the woman manager of the strip club, talked to the police outside, all on body cam, and said there was a customer inside who ordered 15 songs with a lap dancer. The name of the channel, by the way, if you want to watch it, was posted today. The channel name is Sergeant Pepper Spray, a really fantastic, clever channel name. Sergeant Pepper Spray. You should watch this video. It's classic. The guy charged up 15 lap dance songs with alcohol, with some drinks, and he owed a tab of $650, which he then told the girl, I'm not paying that, I'll give you $50. Well, that's fraud, theft, you know. So they called the police, and the police said to the manager, the lady, what do you want? She goes, I want him permanently trespassed and arrested. So officers, do your stuff. So they got the guy out of the club, the strip club, and they talked to him in front of it on the sidewalk and said, "Are you going to pay the $650? If you pay the $650, then we're going to go home. I mean, we're going to leave and go back on patrol. If you don't pay the $650, you're under arrest." And the guy went into one excuse, one stall tactic after another. It was classic. It reminded me of some people in the verse out there who would actually do that kind of thing, charge up $650 of lap dances and alcohol, and then offer just $50. But hats off to the club manager there. She was very diligent, and the police took the guy away in handcuffs. It was a great video. Sergeant Pepper Spray is the channel where you can watch that. Anyway, okay. Let's continue on. More lies and subterfuge. That's a subterfuge. Wow. Espresso, 30% equals 0.3 half a junior's. Okay, 30% equals 0.3 half a junior's cheesecake. I don't understand that math, but it's okay. For people who went to public school in Chicago, they'll understand that. A 0.3 half. Okay. Okay. Jimmy, I know nothing. Right. Okay. Horology Dungeon. Look who's here. So far, Ocean O'Malley. So far, there is no bid by Morty, so your offer is still in the race. Well, as I mentioned, the offer will be tendered tomorrow morning, after I conclude the full discovery and the research on who the hell is the actual official owner or owners legally of the Horology Dungeon. Okay. Ocean O'Malley is going to go for it. We might have a bidding war here, but I will prevail. But go for it, Ocean. It's okay. Jimmy, I was working with Mike the Snake to see if he could scrape up the money. Last I heard, he mentioned something about a vase on a lathe and a bass guitar slightly used for a Nirvana song. Right, okay, very good. Jonathan Quayle Higgins, to Horology Dungeon. Just let me deal with the transaction. All right. That's like 10 drinks. Well, I don't know what that club charged. His tab was $650, and then he told the lap dancer girl, "I'll give you a woman, I'll give you $50, and that's all I'm going to pay you." What a fucking lowlife. Of course, the first thought that appeared in my mind was, gee, what kind of watch is this guy wearing? Must have been a Bremont or something. A Bremont, right? Oh, here we go. Ocean O'Malley is going for the play. He's making a move. All right. I could see Dubsy. All right, how's a good one, JT? All right. Okay, all right, very good. He's not the doxer, that's correct. Espresso, whoops, 30% commission equals half a junior's cheesecake. Right, okay, got it. All right, now at this time, I'm going to premiere a new video. This is how we will deal with the miscreants and the vile, vicious, nasty, malignant tumors out there who populate this, what once was a wonderful community of fun, chat, laughs, good, clean fun. So let's go ahead and bring up a video. And let's see if I can do this. Not going to be easy. Here we go.
of the wave that we broke upon and pulled you back into the sea, all the way down. Why'd it take all our life to explain?
Yep. Tomorrow brings us a new sunrise, a new day filled with hope and optimism, and the end of the vile Chamber of Horrors dungeon, ass washing, picking up drunk women off of the street, drunk driving, smelling farts, anti Semitism, racism, spitefulness, backstabbing, just pure malevolence. It will disappear tomorrow. Blaine. Hello, Blaine. Malva. Yeah, she's our waitress. Yeah. For some reason, I'm now thinking of the fabulous Moolah. R.I.P. Plazzi. Wow. Ocean Mallard. $9.95 is my max, though, Jonathan Higgins. JJH, I guess, means Jonathan Higgins. I don't have your email. Oh, his email is Jonathan Quayle Higgins III at Germany.com. At Deutschmail.com. I don't have your email. Can you send me a message to my YouTube JJQ? Okay, very good. Yes, correct. Ocean Mallard. Also, Morty, I'm not trying to usurp you. Well, by all means, if you want to make a bid, I'm not going to stop you, but my friend, you will not prevail. But by all means, go ahead. You know. Good evening, El. Morty, have you thought about how many keys, if any, will you be having as this impacts StreamYard costs significantly? Well, perhaps you didn't hear the earlier part of the show. El, I announced that upon acquisition, I will be terminating the dungeon and wiping it from its existence on YouTube. It's a force of evil, community of vindictive, spiteful, malignant miscreants, and the best thing I could do is just terminate it. I just think it would be cool. Well, okay. Jay Gray. Clips can be skipped with YouTube Premium. Blaine, if only those people had been born in the Dark Ages, they would have been dealt with in a proper manner. Oh, you mean this kind of stuff? Horology Dungeon type stuff? Where they literally, verbally disembowel and torture people. Hell looks kind of hot. I see, NATO. Gigadwa, has Amex lowered your spending limit, Morty? No, not at all. No. All right. There it is. Tomorrow, once ownership transfers, the dungeon and its cast of deviants will be gone from YouTube. They will meet up again on other channels, and that's their business. But the dungeon itself, it needs to go. No more. Yeah, the flocks of lemmings and sheep, the sheeple, they'll have to find a new channel to inhabit. And the screamers and the N-bombers will have to find someplace else to ply their trade. As Feech Lamana used to say. Okay. Looks like he, oh, for all I know, tomorrow I'll find out Mrs. Wilkinson is the actual owner. That's okay. The deal will be made. Nothing personal, just business. Sounds like Arnie. Who's Arnie? Okay, well, there you have it. Let's go ahead and let's play that again. It was so good.
Well, I know how you want it to seem, but we'll watch as it all plays out. From the crest of the wave that we broke upon and pulled you back into the sea, all the way down. Why'd it take all our life to explain?
Okay, at this time, we will now resume our regular nightly programming and our other content.
Even the truly majorly insane have moments of clarity. It is not often, but sometimes they can get it right when they truly know the truth, and it is outwardly communicated outside of the fantasy land in which they live. This is the demented and deranged. A moment of clarity.
Mental fucking illness is everywhere in this fucking whole. I gotta honestly say, my assessment, I think Crappie's the most normal fucking person out of everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. You know, he's a nice guy.
I gotta honestly say, my assessment, I think Crappie's the most normal fucking person out of everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. You know, he's a nice guy.
He is a nice guy. Even the crazies know he is a nice guy. A sane guy. That Morty, he is a nice guy. The asylum knows that Morty is a nice guy.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. You know, he's a nice guy.
Mental fucking illness is everywhere in this fucking whole.
The demented, the deranged, no Morty is a nice guy.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. You know, he's a nice guy.
Mental fucking illness is everywhere in this fucking whole. I gotta honestly say, my assessment, I think Crappie's the most normal fucking person out of everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point.
I gotta honestly say, my assessment, I think Crappie's the most normal fucking person out of everybody.
Yeah, that Morty. Oh, he's a nice guy. Nice guy. The demented, the deranged, no Morty is a nice guy. Even the crazies know. Nice guy. Nice guy.
Yeah, nice guy, like for reals. All right, let's change that picture since we're on to new content now. There we go. Oh, by the way, one of those other people started up a show, and they're discussing what's going on with Morty and the dungeon. You know, they're all over there. They're talking. People are talking. Oh, the hate, the viscountness, the lurking. They're outside, always lurking, looking in. They probably have 4 computer screens on at the same time. One of the channel that's on now, one of the Morty channel. They got one earpiece watching this and one earpiece listening to that, and you know, unbelievable. Yeah, they're on. They couldn't wait. They couldn't wait to rebut the diner. So much hatred. The hatred is a pandemic of hatred. It needs to be quashed, stomped out, and the good times brought back to these channels. Get rid of those who are just full of mental dysfunction, you know. All right, let's move on. We have new topics tonight. There we go. Isn't that beautiful? Puffins. Yeah, when I heard some people making fun of puffins, I just couldn't believe it. As far as I'm concerned, anyone who attacks puffins, they're attacking the diner and Morty. Yeah, I think you're right, Blaine. Yeah. Breitling, that will definitely cut into airtime for affiliated channels. Oh, man. Yeah, Jurekovac will be on a 72-hour stream bender. Well, he has a channel, you know, and if he wants to do a 72-hour marathon, that's up to him, you know. Yeah, they're over there sending each other donations and money and plotting and planning. Morty, of course, gets no donations. He gets no gifts, no pens, no cash donations. All those people give amongst themselves. It's a classic. But it's not the money issue. It's what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. Right. All right. They'll be on for a couple hours, I'm sure, ranting and raving about Morty. Just amazing. A guy who gets 2 people watching his show, 2 viewers, and gets no money, and they spend hours every week, week after week, month after month, year after year, infatuated, obsessed with Morty. How can Morty be so much in their heads? It's amazing. Morty has as close to a non-existence on YouTube as any channel out there has. And yet they can't stop attacking and hating the Mort. You know why? I'll tell you why. because Morty reveals the truth. He exposes them for who and what they are. And no one else does. Maybe one or two other people. And that's why they hate the Mort. Because Morty's the only one, along with a couple others, who reveal their lies and pathological deviance, sick and twisted malevolence. The lies, the hate, the manufactured, who gives a fuck, just make it up kind of content and lies. And that's why they hate, despise, and terrorize the Mort. Also, Mort is not a fellow convict. Mort never went to prison. He doesn't have the prison bro bond. Never been in jail, never been in prison, never been arrested, never dealt drugs, never committed breaking and entering, B&E, and a variety of other crimes. That's why they hate the Mort, because he's not one of them. He doesn't have the prison blood bond. It's true. It's true. Jay Gray's hitting it with the comments tonight. He's on target all night. Apocalypse means revealing. Yes, Blaine, MDS, Morty derangement syndrome. I think you're absolutely nailed it there. You nailed it, Blaine. They have Morty derangement syndrome. It's not like Morty's the president of YouTube, the chairman of the YouTube Google enterprise, He's got a little channel. 2 people watch his live streams. That's what they say. He only gets 2 viewers. He gets no money. Tonight is another verifiable proof this channel doesn't get donations, even though delivering stupendous content. They give themselves. They give donations to each other as a form of mutual masturbation. They give each other gift memberships, $10, $50, $99. They just go back and forth amongst themselves. It's all one glorious gay Chicago bathhouse of mutual masturbation. I'll give you 100. He gives me 100. I give back 100. I send him 100. 100, 100, 100. It just goes flying around one to the other, to the other. Yep. You get one. We love the Mort Eye. And those people, they make fun of Puck. Nice, friendly Puck elf who never, oh, he said the N-word. Okay, I don't approve of that. He said it 3 times. I told him you can't come back if you say that. Okay, and he offered a sincere apology, but it's nothing. Puck's behavior or things he said is nothing. And I say nothing compared to the vile, despicable content that comes out of their a-holes, Just incredible. You get why? You make a good point. You can't be trusted if you didn't do time, man. I didn't do time. I never did time. As a matter of fact, I've never been in a prison. I've never been in a jail. Why would I be in a jail? Why would I ever have been in a jail? State prison? Federal penitentiary? Why? I'm not a convict felon, type drug dealer and, career criminal. Ocean O'Mallard, he's still working it. Ocean is in play. JQH, if you are still in the chat, I founded your YouTube channel, but you can't find an email? Would you please drop it in the chat? There you have it. So I can send you an email. I can suggest Elite Horology, Ocean O'Mallard. Higgins' channel is called Elite Horology. If you go to his channel, the Elite Horology channel, maybe he has on his YouTube profile page. Maybe he has a contact. They should I can't speak. There might very well likely be a contact email on there. So check it out. Just saying. Blaine called, everyone is the pivot man in the dungeon. Wow. Yeah, I think, who said that before? Okay, we're back. I believe it's working there. Sorry about that, folks. This internet is just, it sucks ass. It's the worst company in the country for internet, Comcast. Yep. Okay, there we go. Let's get it back here. And as usual, we are providing content for those other channels to use for the next 72 hours or a week. Who knows? Or longer. Who knows? Anyway, okay, we're back with the Puffins. And sorry about that, folks. Let's get some Puffin music back here. There we go. That's kind of a Jamaican reggae beat. There are no Puffins in Jamaica. But it's some good background music. I think if the Puffins were in Jamaica, they flew off course and wound up in Jamaica, the first thing they would say is, man, it's too hot here, man. It's too hot. Let's go back up north to New England and Canada. Yeah, they're all over the maritime provinces in Canada, Nova Scotia, Maine. There's Puffins there. Okay, let's catch up on the comments. Sorry about the delay. Gay Chicago, well, that's Man's Country Gay Bathhouse. That was a Chicago institution. Watch Reporter also knows all about the history of the gay bathhouse, Man's Country in Chicago. Barack Obama used to go there before he got into politics. This is in the very beginning when he was a state senator or something. Oh, it's absolutely true. But anyway, okay, let's continue. Go. Pavel, he won't take kindly to you founding his channel. Achtung. Okay. Ocean, thanks, Mort. I found it. I will send an email, but hopefully someone will outbid me. Well, who knows? I'm in this, not takeover, this acquisition with deadly seriousness. Yeah, there was an internet fuck up here, and it's all back. Okay. Jonathan Higgins. Morty, are you aware that the dungeon owners don't accept Victorinox watches as payment? Oh, I fully realize that. I'm not delusional, or I'm neither delusional nor deranged. I know that. We're talking cash. Cold, hard American cash. Thank you, Chris. Thanks for watching before. You know, it's, let's just continue, Higgins. He sold his collection of Fats Domino 78s. He has the cash. Well, you're pretty close. I don't have any 78s, but yeah. Ocean, okay, Mort, I just sent an email just to keep you updated. After all, I am a Morty's Diner loyalist. And we thank you for that, Ocean. Ocean O'Malley. Yeah. Before Barack got into politics got into him. Well, yeah, right. Okay, let's, yeah, those other shows, they'll be going round the clock now. 72-hour marathon of Morty. Morty lies, hate, viciousness, viscountness, misogyny. And you know, it's amazing. And using their own words as evidence. This channel, as they say, gets only 2 viewers on a live stream. This channel gets no money or close to no money in donations. This last week of 5 shows, I don't think I got $1. Tonight, with this stupendous presentation, not one donation, nothing. You see? So why is this channel in the slightest of any materiality to them? Because they are obsessed with Morty. Because they know Morty is the only one of a few people out there who speaks the truth about their shenanigans and hate and viscountness and the behind-the-scenes evil machinations. It's absolutely true. There's no other conceivable reason. There's no other reason possible. They would love to extinguish the Morty channel completely. Then there would be nobody exposing their hatred and viscousness. I almost said viscosity, but no. And this is not a car channel. And that's the only possible reason. Because I expose their lies, their bullshit, their hatred, their deviousness, their psychological incapacity for just having friendly, normal relationships amongst people. There's no possible other reason. Isn't it amazing? Absolutely amazing. Hey, hello there, Mrs. Wilkinson. Good morning, my dears. I'm going to have new neighbors soon. The Sussexes are moving into the Cotswolds. Wow, that's terrific. Are you going to invite them over for tea and crumpets? I bet you will. Morty, question from Higgins. Will the acquisition affect your payments on the dental bills? I'm happy and pleased to say the dental bill has been paid in full. So thank you for the question. The dental bill, though, has been paid in full. So the answer is no, the acquisition will affect in no way any payments on the dental bill because the dental bills are paid off. Good question, though. Ocean O'Mallard, listen, if I get the dungeon, I will drop you a fat $10 Superheat NP. I think you mean Super Chat. Me or Mr. Higgins? Either way, thank you for that. Thank you for that nice message. Okay, so now we're back to the puffin content. The haters are out there in force, of course. What else do they do? And Aussie Expat, good evening. Morty, there's at least half a decade of live streams on there. That's correct. Many with Sirocco. Is there any twinge of hesitation about deleting that? I gave that a lot of serious thought, Ozzy. And I think those of us who either personally knew or from YouTube had many conversations and chats with them, I certainly did. I have many shows on my channel with Sirocco and on shows he hosted on The Dungeon or other channels, maybe even the Archie Show. And I think, I'm not going to do anything that's ludicrous to say. I can speak for how he might think, or might say, but I think he would just like to be fondly remembered for the good times, the good moments, and for those of us who knew him, or in the sense of a YouTube fellow. And I think he would support extinguishing the vile filth that was in fact the overwhelming majority of the content on the Dungeon channel. Yeah. But I'm sure there are a lot of people out there who have copies of favorite Dungeon episodes, you know, featuring Sirocco. I have episodes of my channel where he was a frequent guest. Yeah. Sorry for the misspells. I was just all amped up. But yes, Super Chat. Okay. Is Sirocco still on this side of the River Styx? Well, I don't know. You'd have to ask him. I think he's in a good place. If he's not on the Dungeon, he's in a good place. Now, I was going to use that money from selling the record collection and the Springfield 45. The reason I'm selling the Springfield 45 is I can't deal with the loud noise of a 45, the felt recoil. It's just too much for me. And I need to stick with 9 and 3/8, 380s. And And I was thinking of getting a Ruger Security 380, extremely soft felt recoil, just extraordinary. And even the Walther PD 380. I don't need them, but they're so nice and so soft and gentle to shoot. You know, almost next to no felt recoil on the Walther PD 380 and the Ruger Security 380, and certainly effective enough in most situations. Not for the Battle of Portland, that requires the heavy duty shit. But yeah. So, but the money will go instead to the acquisition of the dungeon. Okay. JT, Sirocco was a sailor. He don't need no stinking boatman to take him across. Hey, you got a good point there. All right, those other hate channels, those other hate personalities, they're on there. They'll be on there for a week talking about tonight's Morty content. Yep. Just terrible people, just terrible. They just can't be friendly, you know, everything, they demand the prison code of loyalty and respect. That's what it all comes down to. You know, in prison, from what I detect, from what I observe from watching Hollywood prison movies and, you know, YouTube prison documentaries and channels about prison life, respect is the whole thing. It's all about respect. And when you're in the prison, living the prison code, it's all about respect. And these people can't stand any sign at all of disrespect from the Mort, you know. Anything that they interpret as disrespect violates the prison code. It's really incredible how the luxury products, luxury watch community devolved and descended into a community where the primary hosts, this is fact, the primary hosts and spokespeople for the verse are ex-convicts, ex-felons, ex-drug dealers. I'm not going to say they're alcoholics because that's a different issue. I look at that differently, okay? That's a horrible thing, okay? As an addiction, you know, but criminals, ex-criminals, ex-felons, ex-fart smellers, you know, anti-Semites, racists. It's all documented. Years and years of content, all documented. And they can't stand the Mort because he speaks up about it. Yep. Well, they'll be talking about me for a week, about tonight's show. Yeah, delusional, deranged. I kind of feel sorry for them, you know, because they just make shit up. See, that's what they do. You see, they are so delusional and so psychologically disordered that when they make shit up, as similar to a pathological liar, they don't know. You see, do you understand this? They don't know what they're saying is made up because they're psychologically disordered and delusional, and they have a lifetime of pathological lying. So they just make stuff up, and then if I point it out, they'll attack me for pointing out the lies that they don't even know they're saying. In many cases, they know they're just lying. But yeah. Blaine, speaking of deleting content forever, Morty, did you delete most or all of the content from your previous channel? No, everything is there in the library. I have everything, yeah. I have about 2,000 shows I've done over 7 years. As a matter of fact, October will be 7 years of my channel. Crappy watches and cheap whores, then crappy luxury, and then Morty's Diner, yeah. got about 2,000 shows on an external hard drive, plus on thumbnails, plus on in the YouTube library, and on backup DVDs. I mean, so yeah, it's all preserved and archived. Yeah. Convicted felons, baby. Convicted felons, man. It's true. It's absolutely true. I'm not making these things. These people have talked about this. These are the people who talk about luxury products, Van Cleef and Arpels, Rolex and Platinum Patek Philippe's, and Goyard watch boxes. A bunch of criminals, felons, unrepentant criminals, felons, convicts, deviants, sexual deviants, who all they talk about is ass. I don't mean girl ass, female ass. They talk about men's asses. Fucking people up the ass. Ass, ass, ass. Balls, cock, and ass. That's all they talk about. Watch any of those shows, and all the viewers and the host talk about is male to male, male on male sex, male on male anal sex, balls, cock content. Just watch their shows. You would think they would be talking about women. Having sex with women, women's asses, beautiful women's bodies. They don't. They talk about cock, balls, and asses. Men's asses. I mean, they're all homos. Well, we know many of them are homos. Many of them are bisexual. This we know. You know, their prison sex lives. They've admitted it. You know. Okay, whatever. Enough of that. Let's get back to the puffins. It's incredible. Yeah, I had some great albums that I sold, and many of them in mint condition, original plastic wrapping, played once. I got a great price on a Frank Zappa album I bought once. I bought one Frank Zappa album. Eric Clapton was on it. So decades ago, I used to buy anything that Eric Clapton was on, because I was that kind of fan. So I forgot, it was called... the album was called, I don't remember, but it was perfect mint, like retail store condition, perfect. So I got a very good price on that. I got some really good prices on some very collectible, I don't want to say rare, but very collectible record albums. And I know the guy who bought it, be very pleased with the stuff he got. No, I did not have any Fats Domino records or CDs. Certainly full respect to Fats Domino, but I never had any Fats Domino record albums. Yeah, they're going hot and heavy on that other channel talking about Morty. And Chinese Rolex homage watches, just classic. And we're doing great here tonight. Had a nice turnout. Not one donation, not even 1.49 cash app. But I'm used to that. That's the fate of the Morty channel. I'm aware of that. But, it's not a case of money. It's a case of doing what's right. It's got to be done. Blaine, a while back I sold a Jimi Hendrix Live in the West LP for what I thought was a good price. Especially in my old age, I don't like to have a lot of possessions taken. Oh, I feel the same way, exactly, Blaine. And the thing about the records and the CDs, I don't use them. I don't have a turntable anymore. I love having them, but I don't. I loved having them, but almost everything can be found on the internet. Even the rare albums, the collectible albums. Almost everything can be found on YouTube. It's really amazing, you know. A lot of those albums were hard to find back when I was, you know. I have a original British import of Disraeli Gears in mint-like condition. Well, I would rate it at 98%. That was I got a very nice price for that. The guy realized how nice it was, and all kinds of really good stuff I had. Yeah. That was issued in 1967. JT, you don't have to delete all the streams. Maybe just the recent ones where Eddie tells his girlfriend he wants to eat her poo. Now, I don't know if you're joking or not, JT. But, see, the thing is, if you're joking or not, I don't know. But the thing is, what you just said there, it's believable. And that's how abhorrent the content is over there. How brain damaging. For those whose brains have yet to be fully damaged, I mean. Yeah, I can't take shooting a 45 anymore. The big blast is just too much. It's too much for me to deal with. So 380s and 9s are what I'll deal with. Yeah. Yeah, Max, you got it. They're the poo eaters. Exactly. Gee, unbelievable. And you're not talking about the puffins. Yeah. Hey, I'll tell you what, I didn't put up the invite link at all tonight. I don't know if that's appropriate for tonight's show. JT, 100% true. He asked if she wanted to take a shit, then it spiraled from there. I mean, I feel just filthy and dirty and full of disgust and self-hatred just reading that comment. Oh, God. Playing call, a watch question. Which model Rolex would Caligula have worn whilst fisting random citizens? Great questions. Great question. I would guess he would have worn the largest, most durable, waterproof, rugged one they ever made, which I would guess, I don't have the watch knowledge of Aussie Expat or Mr. Higgins, but I would say the James Cameron extra large, I think it was a 45, is that right? I don't know. It was larger. It was a large Rolex and built for extreme depths and high pressure environment with the helium escape valve. So I would say with all that anal fisting, that helium escape valve would be an important feature. So I would say the James Cameron. What was that called? The Sea Dweller, the Deep Sea? Very good question, and I think I answered it correctly. The Rolex James Cameron, a unique model of the Sea Dweller Deep Sea line, right? Amazing. You certainly would not have used a Bremont. The thing would have broken on the first insertion. Would have gotten extreme water damage, and the bezel would have fallen off. I think we can count on that for sure. Okay, the Rolex James Cameron. Reference is 116660, 126660, and 13660. I didn't know there were 3 of them. Okay. At least 3, according to this. The gradient D blue dial transitions from ocean blue to deep black with signature bright green deep sea text that sets it apart from the standard black dial version. Wow, that's extreme capability. All James Cameron references feature 12,800 foot water resistance. Okay, Caligula would need that. Powered by Rolex's proprietary ring lock system and a 5.5 millimeter thick sapphire crystal. Absolutely right. Yeah, 3 generations of the watch available. The newer 126660 and 136660 feature the superior caliber 3235 with a 70-hour power reserve. So Caligula could be doing 70 hours of fisting, and he'd be okay with time accuracy. All right. Clasp changes. The 136660 removes the flip lock extension present on both the 116660 and the 12660. A polarizing update that streamlines the clasp but eliminates a practical dive feature. And what was the it's a 44 mil watch. That's correct. That's it. I see it. Yeah, that would be the comprehensive answer to that great question. Oh wait, Aussie Expat. All right, what's this? There's even a bigger one, a 50 millimeter deep sea challenge titanium. Holy shit. And I mean holy shit, like for reals. I had no idea. Figures a guy like you or Higgins would certainly know. I've never heard of the 50 millimeter deep sea challenge. Why would I have? I'm not a Rolex. I'm not deep into the Rolex aura of collecting and all that stuffs. Wow, that's amazing. Blaine Cole was thinking of a Rolex root beer. Okay, that's a very good choice as well. Very good choice. As I mentioned, Frisky Fun, I will conduct full discovery and research tomorrow, and once that's determined, the offer will be tendered and the deal concluded, because I'm sure it will be done. I feel confident it will be a done deal. Ozzy, I don't know, just listen to a bit of old stream with trading loss. Good times. Well, yeah, I remember him. That was before it got infested with the malevolent forces of hate and evil, viciousness and viscountness. Blaine, Ozzy, do you have any exposure in the bond gilt markets? No, but I think a real trader could do well there just by virtue of how boring those markets are. There's likely real alpha there. Wow, that's real macho talk there between you two guys. Wow. I put up the invite link, though. I don't know. I don't think anybody wants to be seen on the show tonight affiliating with the Mort. Cheers, Ozzy, and continued success in your ventures. Well, can't get a nicer comment than that. I think it's benzo time. Yes, I think so. Let's do it, baby. All right, benzos down and away, baby. Max Carter, thoughts on Holiday Man taking a year break from streaming? Is that what he said? He's taking a year break? Well, I didn't hear that. I don't watch the show that often, the Holiday Man channel, because it's, but if he said that, and my comment is based on that he said that, okay. If he did, and you're saying he did, I think that'll be very good for him, because it's an environment that's destructive to your soul, and the everyday blasting of hate deteriorates one's mind and will to live and well-being. So if he takes a 1-year break, I say good for you, and enjoy your time off. Take care of yourself. Yeah. You see, that's a nice exchange there. Aussie, did you hear my when I mentioned earlier in the show? There's a channel who posted a video today. The channel name is Sergeant Pepper Spray. I mean, a really clever name, Sergeant Pepper Spray. It's a police body cam channel. And the video they posted today was about a guy, some derelict kind of YouTube type, who got 16 lap dances to 16 different songs, charged up a tab of $650 and refused to pay. He said he would pay the girl $50. So the manager, the woman who's the manager of the strip club, she called the police, and the police came and they talked to the guy, and they arrested him and took him away. And it was a classic, what a bum. I mean, a real bum, you know. But it was a good video. Sergeant Pepper Spray channel, I think that's what it was called. Terrific video. He posted it today. And Ozzy, I think you would like it, because I know a guy like you, Ozzy, if you got 16 lap dances to 16 different songs, you would happily pay the girl. You would not begrudge her income for her hard work. Only a slime ball would do that. Yeah, I would never do that. Well, I wouldn't pay for 16 lap dances and work up a $650 tab. But if I did, I would know what I was doing, and I would certainly pay for it. I wouldn't try and rip them off. Girl's working hard for her money. He just ripped her off. Just incredible. But he went to jail. Got arrested. Ozzy, is there a specific crime like that for lap dances? Well, I know states do have dine and dash laws, or dine and not pay. Well, he charged up $650 at the club, and he refused to pay the bill. And he kept saying, I'm going to pay. I got the money. I'll pay. I'm going to pay. But he never paid. The police gave him like 10, 15 chances to pay. Pull out your credit card or cash and pay the manager now. You owe $650. So it's, this was in Pinellas, Florida. I don't know the Florida statutes, but it could be defrauding an innkeeper, theft, certainly theft. If he worked it up another 100 or 2, he could have gotten into a felony. So, yeah, good video. Yes, unbelievable is correct. But you would just think, just common decency. Treat the girl, with courtesy. She's, you're getting the service that you asked for, and then you rip her off. For $600, you're going to rip her off of the $650, just give her $50? I mean, what a bum. Real miscreant. Well, defrauding an innkeeper, every state has a law like that. But defrauding a business. All right, well, whatever it is, okay. Sure, but owing money usually isn't... Well, he didn't pay for services rendered. So that yeah, whatever the statute is whatever the law is in Florida, Yeah, it could be that or whatever they want to charge. I don't know Florida laws, obviously, but yeah. Imagine being the judge on that case. When he gets brought to the arraignment, the judge is going to say, you requested lap dances and drinks valued at $650 and you refused to pay. I'd throw the book at the guy. I give him a week in the clink. Yeah. If permissible, I would do that. Yeah. Yeah, incredible. Yeah. And I watched another video after that. It might have been the same channel or a different channel. Another video in Florida. This one might have been Pinellas. In fact, yeah, that one was in Pasco County, Florida. One or the other, I don't remember. And the next video I watched was some lady who was a nurse, and she was drunk, and she ran over a woman and crashed her car. Serious front end damage, just totally destroyed the front end of her car. And she just kept insulting the cops and refusing to cooperate. So she was arrested, and the detail at the end was she was convicted for some level of homicide or manslaughter. She got 3 years or 6 years in prison. That's unbelievable. You take someone's life and they give you 3 years or 6 years. Should be a minimum of 30 or 40 years when you take somebody's life, even for drunk driving. These judges should be sent to prison for sentences like that. Yeah. Yeah, this is good puffin music. Misdemeanor shoplifting. Yeah, shoplifting videos are pretty good too. Incredible. Puffin hunting. No, we don't tolerate puffin hunting. Well, another wildly successful show at Morty's Diner. What time did I come on? Because I had that internet problem where I was off 9:30. So a 2-hour show. A 2-hour show of stupendous original content. I'll repeat that. Stupendous, riveting original content. And again, not one 49-cent donation to the channel for all the hard work. Well, no problem. I'm used to it. Hey, we have a guest. Let's lower the puffin music. And let's bring on a super guest. Let me turn the video off. Hey, Aussie Expat.
Hey there. How you doing?
Great. How are you today?
Good. I just watched that video of the Sergeant Pepper.
So that's a good name, Sergeant Pepper Spray.
Yeah, as you know, as awful as it is what he did, I think they don't actually have a crime. Like, there's no law against it. I'm fairly sure they ended up charging him with shoplifting, which will never hold, right? It's clearly not shoplifting. So
well, it's all up to Florida. We don't know what goes on in Florida there.
Yeah.
With,
I mean, the prosecutor's just gonna.
He doesn't have time for a case like that.
Yeah, he's not gonna.
There's so many gang murders and drug dealer stuff. They can't do that.
Well, I mean, that's not even the crime, right? Shoplifting. I mean, they have to charge him with something, otherwise he could sue them. It's like they arrested him, threw him in jail. They don't even have a charge. I mean, clearly they must have gone back to the jail, and then it's like, fuck, what do we actually charge this guy with? We got
what do we do with this turd? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I also feel that the woman who's the manager of the club, she shares she's a little bit complicit in that fuck up happening, because how could she allow somebody to sit there, recline in a comfy club chair or whatever, getting 16 lap dances and drinks, and not at some point saying, okay, well, let's, you got to pay per lap. Usually the girl would say, all right, you pay per lap dance.
I would agree with you. I think there's something wrong with I didn't watch the whole video. I just tried to get to the charging and stuff. I don't actually understand what was happening there, because normally you would have to pay after every lap dance.
Yeah, right.
So, and then you would be tipping.
Right, exactly.
So,
They just let it go.
what did he say he did?
He kept saying, well, first he denied. He said, I never said it was. He says, that's not what they told me. He was coming up in his drunken excuses of, well, that's not what they told me. It was that they would charge me $650. It's not that at all. But he was drunk and trying to get pull a fast one over telling the story to the cops. But I blame I feel the store manager, the club manager, is a little bit to blame for not making the girls pay per dance, telling the customers you have to pay per lap dance.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, what was described sounds like every strip club horror story. As in, I went in there, I didn't ask for anything, and all they did was they hand me a bill at the end of the night for like $1,000. I didn't ask for anything, blah 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 blah, and I didn't get half of the things they said that I got, and blah blah blah. And some of it just, I mean, I've only been to like a strip club like 2 or 3 times.
Right.
It doesn't even register to me like how it could you would end up in a situation where you would owe money after multiple lap dances.
Yeah, I mean, you pay as you go.
Doesn't make any sense.
It just makes, yeah, right.
It doesn't make any sense.
But now the club manager, she said everything, they have, security cameras, everything about the guy was doing was on camera, so they have video of her performing 16 lap dances, to 16 different songs. And
yeah, and do you know how long
to not get
16
payment.
dances would take? It would take a very, very long time.
So let's do a 16. Let's say 5 minutes a dance per song. Say 75, 80, hour and a half maybe.
6.
And to not collect the money for an hour and a half of drinks and lap dances.
No, it's not an hour and a half. It's 3 hours, 4 hours.
Well, let's see, 16 lap dances. Let's say each song is 5 minutes.
Okay, yeah, I guess you could get.
Well, I mean, it's an hour and a half
dances
or
per
more.
hour.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's an hour and a half.
Yeah. A couple hours, who knows? Yeah.
I mean, and there'll be girls who've gone off their shift potentially.
Right.
I don't. It doesn't make any. Real
I think we should get
sense to
Doc's
me.
report in on this to fully investigate, because that's the kind of story he wants to get to the dirty
Florida,
details
yeah.
on. Right. But the club manager not enforcing a policy, you have to pay as per dance, and certainly tip as you go along. The girl, if she wasn't getting any tips, which apparently she wasn't, she would have said, "Well, wait
She
a
would
minute."
have stopped. It's like
She would have stopped.
Yeah. It's
By
like,
the
get this
second
guy
dance,
out.
she would have
He
said,
did-
"Aren't you going to tip me?"
Yeah. It
So-
doesn't make any sense.
Now, if he were a long-time customer who regularly worked up a large tab, and then every night he paid it off with his cash or credit card, night after night after night, then I could see her extending him a courtesy of, well, okay, well, you pay at the end of the night. But that wasn't the case with this guy. He was just some bum, But anyway, yeah.
I think he'll have walked away from that with nothing.
It's very possible. Yeah.
Like there's no way they would attempt to make a shoplifting charge stick for that. Like that's just not even.
Well, Walmart prosecutes. There's tons of body cam vids where they get somebody steals a shopping cart full of stuff, $500 of products, and they call the police and they do an arrest for shoplifting, or well more than over 1,000. It's a felony theft, But
Yeah, but I mean for sure there are laws on the books for that. That's shoplifting.
yeah.
I'll just ask Stephanie, if someone has a lap dance and doesn't pay, have they committed...
Well, he also
What
ordered
crime?
drinks and didn't pay for those included.
Oh, interesting.
In that $650, he also had drinks that he bought, and then he didn't pay that either. Is in the total tab of $650.
Interesting.
Yeah. And any
Obtaining
snacks
a
he may
service
have
for
had, we
non-intent
don't
to
know.
pay
Yeah.
is considered theft and can lead to, petty theft or grand theft, depending on the value's under $750. Okay, $750
Yeah,
and
yeah. And in
above would be
fact,
grand theft.
one of the cops says, when they were deciding what do you want to do, charge him, let him go, arrest him. One of the cops says, send him back in and have him charge up another $100. Then we can make it a felony.
Did he say that?
The cop said that to another cop.
my God.
It was kind of funny. But,
Interesting. Okay, they can count it as theft. Actually covers unlawfully obtaining property or services with the intent to temporarily or permanently deprive the owner. Interesting.
is it any
Okay.
different than going to a Beverly
theft.
Hills hair salon, working up a $650 bill and then not paying?
No, but I think a lot of states don't actually classify that as theft. Let me say it. Do the majority other states also classify that as theft? Oh, virtually every US state does. Okay, I had no idea.
Brightling says more severe penalties can result. The lady who those two murder videos I watched, drunk driving, and 6 years and 3 years in jail is the punishment for murder, drunk driving, murder, manslaughter, or second-degree murder. It's unbelievable. Those judges should be imprisoned. Blaine called. Then there was that infamous case in Washington of the guy with the bestiality farm, a horse killed. Oh, I remember that. That was like 10 or 20
There was a
years ago.
good documentary. It's called Zoo.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it
Well,
was
I'll
really
have to
good.
look for that.
Really, they really got in very deep on that one.
So to speak, right? Yeah.
Yeah, basically a whole bunch of Boeing engineers having a good time with
really?
some frozen margaritas. Yeah,
Wow.
they got very, very detailed.
Well,
as to,
those
the
engineer
culture
types,
surrounding
you
it.
gotta watch them
Yeah,
carefully.
you got to keep your eye on them.
Right.
Yeah, they were just having fun with pizzas and margaritas and going out to the barn and satisfying themselves.
So the bar talk was, anybody know any good horses around here?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, and they didn't actually have a law on the books that made that illegal, so it all wasn't illegal. It was really that simple.
Right. Meninger, side D. Question: how do you know if a person is from Australia? Answer: they will remind you constantly as if it's required by law. Really? I don't think so.
I don't tend to do that, but
No, Aussie doesn't do. I think we just know from the way they talk and their expressions and
yeah,
accents. that's all.
it's a unique accent
Yeah.
and not as easily confused. Like for example, I'm not one to call out a German accent easily, and I've been around a lot of German accents, and I still don't necessarily call it separate from a lot of other sort of further Eastern European accents. So yeah, like I watched Project Hail Mary last night, and there's a woman with a thick German accent, and even like I couldn't tell until she mentioned that she's German.
What is Project Hail Mary?
It was a book by Andy Weir, who also wrote The Martian, and it was pretty good. It's about saving the planet, and
It was a cable channel show? Or?
no, it's Ryan Gosling. So it was
Oh, really?
it was a very, very big budget movie for Amazon. It was 120 million budget, so
Wow.
it was pretty big. I
Project
thought about
Hail
seeing it in the cinema, but I saw some reviews saying it wasn't as good as The Martian. But
Here it is. Yeah.
I'd say maybe it's better than The Martian. I don't know. Martian was really good. I mean, Ridley
Okay, I
Scott's
just saved that
incredible.
for later. I'll look at what that is.
Yeah.
Hey, I watched a movie last night on Pluto.
Mm-hmm.
I only got halfway through because about halfway through I thought, this is ridiculous. But it was called Leviathan,
Mm-hmm.
and it starred Peter Weller, the guy from RoboCop.
No, he's cool.
He's fine. I kind of like him. He's
Yeah.
a good guy. And they're a deep sea, like 15,000 feet below the surface, mining for minerals.
Oh, interesting.
And
1989. Oh, okay.
yeah,
Interesting.
and it was Peter Weller and several actors, very, very well known. I can't think of the names right now, but you'd recognize them. And of course, two sexy scientists as well.
Wow.
I mean,
he
female
directed
sexy.
Rambo: First Blood Part 2, which
That's right. That's right.
Incidentally,
George
I watched
Cosmatos, yeah.
about
Yeah.
1 month ago. I was in Reno, and the hotel room has a TV, and First Blood Part 2 came up, and I said, "Oh, wait!" And I said, "Hey, Junior, you got to watch this. This is important for you
Junior
to watch."
Aussie, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I do consider it an important movie to watch. It's a
Rambo
fantastic
2
movie.
or
Yeah.
First Blood 2? Or,
First Blood Part 2, yeah.
yeah. Which
I mean,
which
the first one's very, very important, but I mean,
well, the first one is I think it deserves to be called a classic. It's an important film.
yeah, it's incredible.
What was
But
the second one? Is that Afghanistan? or-
No, Afghanistan. That was horrible. But
that was third. That was
Part
3.
2, he was.
Oh, 2 was
in
the Vietnam.
Vietnam. Yeah.
Oh,
he
that was
in
terrific.
Vietnam. It was.
That's where he
terrific.
says to Charles Napier, the guy who was running that base, he goes,
The CIA.
I'm coming for you.
Yeah,
and he grabs the microphone. Yeah,
so badass.
that was good. Yeah.
It was really, really good.
That was really good. Yeah. And so I think you might like Leviathan, or Junior might like it. It's a little scary. It's kind of like Alien with a scary creature,
Yeah.
but they're 15,000 feet below. And Meg Foster is the evil owner of the company, who's not willing to send in a ship to rescue them. She wants them to keep working, mining for more minerals, make more money. Even though,
Oh, it's got Richard Crenna.
yeah, he's the
Interesting.
doctor on the. He did a good job. Yeah.
I don't know. I think Richard Crenna, at least in Rambo, he's not a great actor.
No, but he had a nonstop career of good product,
Good roles.
good roles. Yeah, all the way from the 1950s, and
Wow.
yeah, he's
Yeah. Because like in that first movie, Brian Dennehy was amazing.
oh, terrific, just terrific. Yeah,
You know, and obviously Stallone was in fantastic, but yeah, really Crenna was kind of the weak link in the trifecta relationship.
well, he got to be
triangle.
in all 3 of those Rambos,
He did.
or was there more? I don't know.
I think. No, he wasn't there for Rambo because I think it was just the Christians going to
the one in
John
Burma
Rambo.
where he rescues the Christians.
Yeah,
Was he
I
in
think
that one?
I think it
don't
was just
remember.
Christians who came up to him each time, and it wasn't.
Yeah,
You know, it wasn't the colonel coming in and saying you got to do this mission.
yeah. He's kind of like. I mean, he's obviously a very likable guy, and people like working with him. And he had a 50-year career. I don't know if he's still around or not, but he's kind of like Tom Selleck. He's a much better actor than Tom Selleck, but Kevin Costner. He's just a medium level, but always there, reliable, pleasant, and professional kind of work. He played Ross Perot in a movie about the Iranian, when the Iranians took the Ross
Embassy?
Perot's employees hostage.
okay.
Fall of Eagles or on the Wings of Eagles, and he played Ross Perot, and the whole story of they hired the retired Army Green Beret to lead the raid to rescue, who was played by Burt Lancaster. And he played Ross Perot. He didn't look anything like Ross Perot. He's like twice the height of Ross Perot, and he didn't even use any kind of accent like Ross Perot. He just spoke as Richard Crenna. And I really didn't like that. He should have couldn't he at least tried to put on a Texas accent or something, He didn't indicate anything that he was from Texas or, anything about Ross Perot. He's just Richard Crenna, you know. But it was a good movie. I don't remember if it was a TV movie or I don't know. But it was all on based on a real event. Yeah. On Wings of Eagles, that's what it was. It was a miniseries. On Wings of Eagles. It's worth watching. It was good. That was from 1986. Wow. Yeah.
Eagles. Huh. Oh, based on a book. I'm guessing. Yes, yeah, it is.
Yeah. It's worth watching. It was good. But, it's like George Scott playing General Patton. Well, yeah, he did look... I knew people who were of that generation, and they said, oh, he looked just like him, which I didn't recognize at first, but at least he, tried to portray him by personality or looks or something, but he didn't just play George C. Scott, he played a character, who he was portraying. But yeah, whatever. So, what else?
Back to the school year, so I'm just
Yeah.
just camping out kinda in terms of like just staying in the house because it's just too hot. It's like 110 each day.
Right.
So I'm just on the computer each day, putzing about, and then trying to eat properly and exercise, but it's not the most exciting time of the year.
Yeah, it's hot as hell here. I hate the summer here in Portland. Or Seattle, or Los Angeles. It's just too hot. Really hot.
Oh, I was in Washington State for like 3 weeks. It was really good.
Well, on the coastal, it's 20 degrees less on the Oregon coast. So if you go to Tillamook or Astoria, it's 20 degrees. In the summer, it's 20 degrees less than 1 hour, 2 hours inland.
Yeah. We were in Astoria for 3 nights.
Oh, really? Yeah.
We went through... We went to the Tillamook Creamery. That was really good. That was a highlight for the trip, honestly.
I don't know if I suggested that the first time you mentioned it, or I was going to send you a message about, hey, if you're passing by, your kids might like it a lot.
Yeah, it was really, really good day.
Yeah.
The cheese and the ice cream, and yeah, it was really, really good.
Did you notice that the town of Tillamook, the area by the dairy, it smelled from a lot of cow manure?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean...
It does.
Those cows are there, it's really there.
It's half surprising because, I mean, the cows don't have to literally be there, and they could still have the creamery. But
but they're not far away because the whole place smells from manure.
Yeah, it does. It does.
But,
I had a very good fish and chips, probably the best I've ever had, honestly, which is shameful considering, I come from Australia and England, and Americans normally make terrible fish and chips. But at Bandon, the pier area there's a small fish and chip place there, and we had fish and chips, and they were very, very, very good. It was really
that's
really
very
good.
useful for me because I like fish and chips. In fact, at the Trump Hotel, I ordered that for dinner.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
The other guy I was with had a steak. I had the fish and chips, as you might know. But, if I get to Bandon, I will research that.
Let me double check. What was I looking at? Yeah, okay, I was right here on the pier, and let's look for restaurants. Yeah, it was this one, Bandon Fish Market.
I got it. Okay.
Yeah.
This is valuable information for me. Bandon Fish Market.
Yeah. Genuinely very, very good.
Here it is. I got it. Okay.
And I had a stroll through Bandon Dunes golf course, but it wasn't that interesting. I'll have to play it someday, but we'll see.
Yeah, I've never been to Bandon or those towns on the middle or south of the Oregon coast. I've never been Lincoln or whatever, the various towns there.
Yeah, I think it's all really good.
Oh,
All
yeah.
of the Oregon coast it's all
beautiful.
very,
It's great.
very beautiful. You know, it does change as you go from north to south, but it's all very beautiful. So there's not much to say really. It's all very, very beautiful.
Yeah. So you went down the coast. How far did you go down the coast before you detoured off to your
all
next
the way,
destination?
because our next destination was
Eugene?
Crescent City,
Crescent
which is
City.
in California. So yeah.
Right down the coast. Fantastic.
Yeah, so we spent the week all on the Oregon coast.
Right.
It was good. It was good.
Very nice.
It was pretty chill. Some of the towns and beaches they're not the most accessible, as there isn't a lot of parking nearby or access and stuff. But it's still very, very beautiful.
Yeah.
I can't imagine what some people must pay for some of these houses that overlook the beach, like at Cannon Beach and stuff like that. Must be incredible.
Yeah, I've been to Seaside and Cannon Beach several times.
Mhm.
It's really nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
But it does make me think that there really should have been better planning for a lot of the coastal cities in Oregon. Like, there's literally no parking for most of the beach access. Like you're just parking up in the hills around people's houses and stuff, and there's no actual dedicated beach access, which is just kind of crazy considering how beautiful the coast is. It just strikes me as a huge failing of generations prior to actually plan this shit.
no, you're right. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. It's so hard to wind back, you know. You really need a billionaire to come in there and just say, oh, I'm buying every single house here, and then I'm gonna break it all up, and then
Well, keep investing. That could be you in 5 years.
yeah.
What was the why Crescent City? Is there anything there you specifically
Oh,
wanted to?
that's just a good place to be if you want to start going to the Redwoods National Park.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, nearby. And then we went from there to Redding and Lassen Volcanic National Park. And
Did you
then-
stop off and watch Nicholas?
Is he up there?
He's somewhere an hour north of Sacramento or something like that.
Oh, interesting.
Somewhere in that area.
Wow, for some reason I always thought he was on the East Coast or something.
Oh no, he's like an hour. Well, he's mentioned he's like an hour directly west of Lake Tahoe and an hour and a half north of Sacramento, something like that.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. That's well, it was very beautiful Northern California.
Oh, yeah.
A lot more interesting than I thought it was going to be.
I never got up to that part of Northern California to see sequoia trees or redwoods or anything.
The redwoods were unbelievable. Just absolutely unbelievable. Let me see if I've got anything worth sharing. Yeah, the redwoods were very beautiful. There's some parts of the national park that are very nice. Fern Canyon.
I don't know that.
And the Oregon coast is just very beautiful. I think I actually had a short from the Oregon coast that was just unbelievable. Let me see here if I can find it. Yeah, this is one.
I won't ask if you saw any puffins.
I don't know what that is exactly.
That's the bird on the screen.
Oh, okay. Definitely not one of those.
No.
There we go.
Oh, okay.
I don't think these are puffins.
No, I don't think they're in California, but I'm not sure. And you wore your
No,
Explorer...
this is a photo from Oregon, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. I only had one watch on the trip, so there's plenty of wrist rolls of the exact same watch in
Right.
different parts of the entire country. So I believe this is Cannon Beach.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Yeah, that's Cannon Beach. Yeah.
So yeah, very, very beautiful.
Yeah. Now, how long did you have to think to yourself about which watch to take on the trip?
It took a long time.
Really? Because
It
it would
took
seem
long.
like the Polar Explorer is just like the perfect go-to choice for a trip like that.
Well, it was going to be a very hard wearing trip, because it was more than half of it was in tents and camping, so it was going to be a lot of, and then there's also a lot of situations where I might not want to wear a watch like that, a Rolex, like in downtown Seattle and things like that.
Oh,
and
yeah,
Ballard
awful.
and
Yeah.
so I at least it's a low-key one. It was between that and the Tudor FXD and the Rolex won in the end. And it won last year as well. Like last year I wore my Explorer 2.
Now, when you were thinking about which watch to wear for the trip as you were getting ready, like the night before when you were sleeping, getting ready to go to bed, were you like lying down, looking at the ceiling, thinking, geez, I take the Explorer or Tudor? Explorer or Tudor? Was it that kind of
No, I'd already
obsessed
spent
thinking,
the prior weeks
Oh.
sorting that out. So,
I
I mean,
see,
I
okay.
even went to my AD and bothered some dealers, thinking that maybe I'd buy the Tudor FXD GMT, sort of splitting the difference a little bit and get the FXD GMT.
Wow.
Because one thing that I didn't like about the FXD for the trip was that it didn't have a date. And a date's useful when you're changing accommodation like every 2 or 3
Oh,
nights.
yeah.
And you need to on the 5th I'm over at, Travel Lodge over there, or on the 7th I'm at, Bayview
Right.
Inn or something like that. So I was really, on figuring out whether or not I should do that. But then I was told that my FXD would get me no money at all, and they did have an FXD GMT at the AD, but for some reason they're normally sold out. But in the end, I decided no, I'll just keep my wallet in my pocket, and I'll just wear the Explorer, and no regrets. Did get a fair bit more use.
So,
maybe that's how
horologically
it's
speaking,
supposed to
the
be.
trip was a success.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not that used to wearing a single watch, but there wasn't any situation where I'm like, fuck, I wish I didn't bring the Explorer.
Oh, really? You actually were thinking that?
No. There was no point where I'm like, I
right,
really
right.
wish I didn't have the Explorer right now.
Right.
It was fine for all situations, so it was perfectly fine.
Now, what if you were going to travel internationally for, say, 2 or 3 weeks? Would you just bring one watch and settle on one, or would you bring more than one?
No, I'd only travel with one. And honestly, unless I really know where I'm going to be and like have a lot of control over the environments, I wouldn't wear anything other than Explorer 2 or an Explorer 1. Watches that don't automatically scream Rolex.
Right.
So yeah, I wouldn't wear anything other than Explorer 1, Explorer 2. And the last trip I did to Europe, I used the Explorer 2. Oh, was that true? Can't remember. Maybe Watches and Wonders was my last one, where I was in Switzerland and Romania. I used the Pepsi. I definitely didn't feel that comfortable wearing the Pepsi in Romania.
You actually went to Romania. That's very exciting to hear that. I'd love to go there if I ever could. Why were you in Romania? Was that business, or you wanted to go there for vacation, sightseeing?
I had recently retired, I think. No, I wasn't retired yet, so it was definitely before that. And I don't know, I was just trying to put my life back together and reflect a little bit. And there was someone in high school who was my very best friend, and we had a really stupid falling out at the end of high school, and we'd never talked to each other since. And it was completely meaningless the entire time. Was
it an argument about Trump?
No, it was about some soldering iron. And so we hadn't spoken to each other since we were 18.
Right.
And, but we were best friends from like 15 to 18. So, you know, pretty formative years of life. And he was probably my most politically minded person that I knew, that I called friend. So a lot of his ideas did reflect on me as well in terms of politics. Like he was part of like the equivalent of like the Young Republicans and stuff like that. And I helped him a few times, but I was never a member myself of such an organization. And I sort of was kind of skeptical of the two parties anyway in Australia. So I was never really, hoorah, one side should win. But I was never a centrist. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, you know,
I never split the difference.
I just watched a couple news videos yesterday of a recent occurrence in Australia with the Prime Minister. His name is Albanese. And he made sexist comments about the Prime Minister of Japan's breasts.
Oh my God.
Yeah, referring to them as melons, because the Prime Minister of Japan, who's a very attractive, intelligent woman, you know, she visited Australia for some whatever, you know, and you can easily find the videos. She gave him a gift of a very expensive melon, a cantaloupe type melon, which I'm very familiar with those, and they're a deluxe VIP gift. They're like $150, $250 for a pair of melons like that. Okay, and when you give those go to your boss for his birthday. It's that kind of present.
Yeah.
And so she gave him 2 of those melons, and then he made sexual references to how lovely her melons were, and looking at her breasts and stuff. And so the Japanese government is very incensed about his tactless insult. About the so he got into a lot of hot water there with the. I watch Sky News Australia quite often. They really reamed him out for his disgusting behavior.
Well, anyway, so I reached out to my friend somehow, and I went to go visit him and his family. He had moved away from Australia for much of exactly the same reasons I left Australia, but he left Australia much later than I did. So I left as soon as my education was done. For the same reasons that he did, that I think Australians are kind of awful people. And but he only did it, I think, in 2019. And then COVID happened, and he was just completely vindicated with respect to his decision to leave. Because, I mean, where I'm from, Melbourne, it turned into a prison for the next 4.5 years. So completely vindicated. And we caught up, and between us, nothing had really changed. We both loved the same things. We both loved speakers, and we both were extremely skeptical of government. And he had a young family. I've got a young family. We played some Doom together. It was a really excellent time. So yeah, it was a real highlight getting back.
So you got together with your old friend and played Doom.
Yeah, I brought my laptop. I brought a copy, and
wow,
we were able to play Doom again one more time.
What did you mean when you said a minute ago Australians are really not pretty miserable people, or whatever it was you said?
Well, I don't like their attitude. So they tend to they tend so that there's a few things about Australians. Number one, they tend to see everything as a problem. You know what I mean? But that's a big leap. There's a lot of things that you can see in life, and you may not like, I wouldn't do that, or something along those lines, but you don't immediately see it as a problem. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, I can see my neighbor. So in Australia, we hang our washing on a line to dry, and I think most countries do except America. And it's like, oh, I can see my neighbor's washing in their own backyard, but I can see it on the line. And it's like, yeah, okay. And then, oh, that's a problem. There's a problem.
Well, what's the problem? That they can see their neighbor's
that
laundry?
I can see into your backyard and I can see your laundry.
Wow.
That's a problem. And then they go, oh, that something must be done about said problem. That's step 2. And then step 3 is that something that must be done by someone else. You know what I mean? So they invoke the
So it's a job for TW to get on.
Well, yeah. In that case, my friend literally got a letter from his I don't know, HOA type thing,
Right.
talking about how he shouldn't be hanging his clothes up in his own backyard. It was completely.
This sounds like something
insane.
that goes on at Docs Report's HOA community.
Right, it can do, but in America we look upon that and see that as these people are a problem, and they're a bunch of Karens and they need to fuck off, right? But in Australia, this is how everything is done: is that 1, it's a problem; 2, it's a problem that must be solved, and it must be solved by someone else, and by some third party, some entity above. So they're always looking for government to solve all of the problems in the country. Like, there's nothing that isn't under the purview of the government. If something is a problem, it must be solved, and it must be solved by government. And if the government isn't big enough to do it, we'll make it bigger. Do you get what I mean? Or if people have rights, we'll take away those rights, because the problem must be solved. Like, I remember as a kid, there was a lot of like public, I don't know, what do you call it when there's like a sort of a panic about a problem? Like in America, there was a Satanism at one point was like a moral panic. Like all of society deems this as a problem. There was a moral panic about, fashion magazines featuring thin models. And it's like, oh, girls might see those magazines and they might think that is a normal body, a goal, and they might end up having a eating disorder or something like that. Right. The magazines are causing a problem, and so that problem must be solved. And what's the problem? Putting thin models on magazines. And who should solve that problem? The government. So there was legislation saying the minimum the minimum size a woman could be to be featured on the front cover of a magazine. And everyone was like,
you're not joking.
Come
That's
on,
like for real.
Let's do this. You know, this is kind of populist bullshit. Like, this is not something that.
Well, you could also imagine magazines were putting very obese people on their covers.
Yeah.
And then some Karen was saying, by putting all these obese people, they're showing that obesity is cool, and people are overeating to look like magazine cover models.
Right.
So something has to be done.
Yeah. So that legislation was drawn up. My understanding is it never passed.
Right.
But I could see people's reaction to it. It was overwhelmingly positive. It's like, but don't we have a situation here where we're saying the government should be telling magazines what they're allowed to put on their covers?
Well, why don't the people just deluge the magazine company with complaints? Why, it's not a government issue at all.
No. But see, that would involve their own actions.
Ah, I see.
So it must be a
Right. So
third party.
not step
some
3, somebody
overarching-
else must solve it.
Has to be someone else. It can't be just you don't buy the magazine.
Right.
No, it must be coming down from
That's
on
amazing.
high. You know, it must be very, very high. That's immediately the government's problem to solve.
All right. Governments prefer that the general population is kept ignorant and afraid. Well, that seems to be the way it is most places. Would that be right? I mean,
Yeah. So that's what I don't like about Australians is that kind of stuff just doesn't. They have no sense of their own freedoms and rights at all. Like whatever it is, from an Australian's perspective, the more problems that are being solved, the better. But to an American, like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, what do you mean government solving problems? They don't solve problems. They just make things illegal.
right. Well, that's what Ronald Reagan said. Hello, I'm from the government. I'm here to help. Which is, no, that is the problem.
No,
right?
I shit you not. There is. I'll find it. My friend sent it the other day. He was on the Australian mygov website. So they've got this overarching website now called mygov, where there's a universal one website where you do all of your government interactions with the government. I'll show you this. It is unbelievable. This is literally.
I think Australian magazines should put T-Dubs and Archie Luxury on the covers. That would be pretty cool.
It is literally on the Australian MyGov website. Gosh.
Blaine is asking, is it generally the same in all 6 states?
Yeah, there isn't much difference between Australians. It's not like Americans where New York is a difference of Florida and so on and so forth. Like, between Australians, it might take a day or two to figure out that we're not from the same state. Like, if we're talking to each other, like the slight variances in accent, it can be very, very difficult for us to tell each other apart. There are differences, but they're extremely small. Like, I highlighted one the other day with me and Chief Tit. Sydney people, for some reason, have a real hang up about shoes. Like, they really, really like their fancy shoes. So for them, you know, the idea of showing up to the office in hiking shoes or something practical would be outrageous. Like, you're basically drunk. You need to be kicked out. So there's a few differences, but it's pretty slight. But yeah, this is literally on a government website.
We're here to help. Unbelievable.
We're here to help.
This is pure Kamala Harris speech. Relax.
Here to help.
We're here to help. Help.
Yeah.
Oh, she said, help. Relax. Help is on the way. Right. That's what
Right.
she said.
Yeah, we're here to help. My friend Tristan here, he's an American who's lived in Australia, so he knows he knows what I know. So I'm about the only person who'll understand what he's saying here, and you too as well. But just, can you believe that? Like, we're here to help. It's like, no, we don't want that. But see, that's how Australians think. They think the government is there to solve your problems. And everything is a problem to an Australian. But you see it in Archie
Very
too.
interesting, yeah.
It's like every time we talk about a subject, oh, but that's what the police is for. Why are you carrying a gun? Blah, blah, blah. Oh, but Ukraine, they were invaded by Russia. It's like, yeah? What's that to do with me?
It's like, yeah. What's
It's like, no, there's a problem there. We need to solve this problem. And the government is the one to solve that problem.
Really? It's amazing.
That's Archie's position on Ukraine. It's like, oh, something happened. Oh, that something happened must be solved, and it must be solved by someone else. That someone else could be their own government, could be the American government, something like that. But I mean, we can't just do nothing. We can't just let the world go on. So that's what I see from Australians consistently, is this behavior of everything in the world must be solved, and everything must be solved by government.
Blaine, does the government there at least offer bread and circuses for the plebs? Right.
Australia's really into their sports. So it's fair to say they do. I mean, it's probably bigger than the NHL. I mean, sorry, NFL. in terms of like how many people in Australia see games, especially if you count how many people actually go and see a game. Australia's way higher because our stadiums are way bigger. Because like an American football stadium is pretty small ultimately. Like the football field is only 100 yards, while AFL, like our football, is played on like a cricket oval, which is like 3 times the size of an American football field, and then you have the stands around it, so there's just way more space.
Wow. Well, I think the idea of watching a cricket match is pretty bizarre to begin with, but okay. Because I've heard, and I don't know, but I heard some English person say that a cricket match can go on for days.
Well, the traditional form of the sport is a 5-day test match.
Wow.
And then that will actually be one match in a tournament of matches, so that it could go on for months.
If you, for whatever reason, went back to Melbourne for, say, 3-4 weeks, and every day you're out walking around and doing stuff, would you start cringing and like, oh, I want to get out of here. These people are so annoying, or might you feel that way?
It takes a while for that to catch up. Takes a while for that to catch up. But if you talk to an Australian about anything of substance, you start hearing really idiotic shit very quickly. So,
hey, Green Shroom, how you doing? Okay, says go south.
Go south. It's okay. I think he's talking about rugby because yeah,
go souths. I see.
Yeah, that's not a AFL thing. So yeah, you'll discover pretty quickly. Like, well, and the thing is, they're not unique. As in, they all think like that. Like almost all, even Australians who've moved to America. So my Australian expat colleagues also exhibit the same. Even
behaviors. Young Australians, like in their 20s, they all fall.
I don't
into
know
that.
enough young Australians, honestly.
like Green Shroom, for example, that age.
I honestly don't know enough young Australians. Look, I don't know enough young people in general. So, I only know them at a distance, and I feel very, very bad about the world that they are taking, and I don't know if millennials have made things worse, but I would rather millennials and boomers sacrifice whatever we have to make sure that Gen Alpha and Gen Z can actually get a start in life, because the way things have gone is just completely atrocious. Like in both countries, Australia and USA, the average household income would not even qualify for a mortgage for the average house.
Right.
So it doesn't matter how much, Starbucks they withhold or whatever. They don't even qualify for the mortgage. It's as simple as that. They just don't even qualify. It doesn't matter what, because they're always blamed for they go out and spend money on this and that and, things that, old people disagree with. But the reality is like, even if they saved it, they wouldn't even qualify for buying the average house. They would not even be, like,
right.
There's no mortgage that is on offer that they would qualify for.
Right. Blaine, it's hard to think of a preceding generation that has not fucked things up for the succeeding generation. Well, yeah, but nowadays it's never been this bad, where you have an entire generation wearing nose rings, bovine nose rings, pink and blue and green hair, and screaming about transsexuals and men and women's toilets and women and men's toilets, and you know what I mean. Anyway.
I'm not even sure which generation do that. I mean, I think the worst are actually boomer women.
Well, old boomer women are the worst.
They're the worst. So yeah. I don't think it's like a young
because they
generation.
go to all the protests and hold signs, and they have and they're absolutely clueless.
They're the pussy parade people. They're the ones waving
the
their
pink
fingers
pussy
at
hat
everyone
people,
else, and they're calling the police on all sorts of stupid shit. And they're the ones who have no sense of politics and civics, and yet they're the most vocal. So I wouldn't blame the young people for really anything. I mean, you've seen the burrito debate, right?
Burrito debate? No, what's that?
Just basically Ben Shapiro telling young people that they need to get, 2 jobs or better jobs, and then they could eat better.
Oh, I see.
And no, Gen Z is right. Burrito should not cost $20. It's really that simple. The economy's completely fucked.
Well, yeah, I mean, even if you adjust for inflation, a Burger King, whatever, combo is $19.95 here. And how did it get to $19.95 from when it was $3.95? And I know the answer to that, but it's from liberal Democrats destroying everything. But
well, I mean, it's all
you can't pay
government in
Burger King
general.
people $20 an hour and expect the prices not to,
Well, that's directly true.
Yeah.
I mean, that is directly true. But the reason they're asking for 20 is because the cost of living has gone up. Now, I don't think raising wages is the right way to address cost of living problems. That's just sort of short-sightedness. But the real problem is ultimately that the things got expensive. And it's like, why did they get expensive? Well, we got worse at making them. No, that's actually not true. We're far better at making them. We have more technology, we have more resources. So that isn't true. The reason is we keep printing money. It's just pure inflation, as we just keep printing money. That's all there is to it. And things will only get worse and worse and worse and worse until the US dollar goes the way of all other fiat currencies in the past and present, and that is it eventually goes into hyperinflation and just completely collapses. So we'll get there. So, I mean, Bitcoin is up like 13% in the last 24 hours because the government has promised to print more money.
So your advice, not that you're giving advice, but your advice to a guy like Green Room is buy Bitcoin with all your YouTube proceeds.
I think if you want your lifeboat,
because he's only 26, so if he started buying Bitcoin with his YouTube fortune, he'd be in good shape later on, maybe.
He could be. I mean, but what's more important than, say, him becoming wealthy is that we all get off fiat currencies and then remove the power of the government to inflate away people's wealth and their wages. So it would be perfectly fine if people can continue earning the wages that they had and then keep getting more and more value for their earned money over time, because we all get collectively better at producing the things that we produce. Do you get what I'm saying? So the $20
we all get we all get collectively better at
doing the things that we're doing, at producing the things that we're producing. Like, when we don't live in a world where we're constantly getting worse at producing shit. That's not the world we live in. We're always getting better at doing the things that we do. And for some reason, we just are unable to enjoy the fruits of that labor. And it's because the inflation doesn't occur in one place at a time, in all places at the same time. It helps all of the government cronies first, and then it trickles down. Then eventually, the stickiest thing is wages. Wage is the last thing to move. And I'm not saying let's adjust minimum wage. I'm just saying, like, inflation is to blame for all of this. And if we simply say, you know what, government, I don't really want to be a part of you anymore. I don't want to be a part of your rigged monopoly money. And then just, if we all collectively leave, then we'll be able to work. And you won't necessarily need to save, because if you're working, you'll get the benefit of our productivity going up. That you should be able to get more and more over time just by working the same job.
If you had stayed in Australia after university, could you have had as successful in all ways a career as you did by moving to America?
No, not at all. But I actually moved to England first. And So, for example, I mean, my first job was at the London Stock Exchange.
Mhm.
I literally could not work for the London Stock Exchange in Australia. Right? As in,
Right.
like, that's not an opportunity that I have there.
Well, you could have been a lifeguard at Bondi Beach.
Exactly. Yeah.
Dealt with what do they call blue bottles, whatever it is.
Yeah. So you know, absolutely, I chased exactly where my career could take me. Like, where's the best place in the world for me to be right now, to get the most out of my career right now. I did that at all times.
Yeah.
And that has been the real key to success, is trying to evaluate where is it that I need to be going, and then make huge pivots if needed. So, I mean, after working in finance for 5 years, I felt that there was literally no way for me to get the money that I wanted. As in, I was on something like, I can't remember. I was on like £45,000 a year when I moved back to London, and I wanted to be able to make at least 60. And at the time, by the way, it was like 2 to 1. So this would have been equivalent to like 90,000 US all the way back in 2010, something like that. And I just saw that there was no way. I thought that was pretty respectable at the time. And it is, but there was just no way within the organization that I was in that I could get more money. Like, there was no seat that I could sit in and generate and be more valuable. Like, it just wasn't going to happen. So I decided to quit. I decided to do the app stuff, refocus my career on purely engineering, and did that for about 3.5 years, and then started working for Amazon. And Amazon was like, from there, things took off like a rocket in terms of everything. And it was everything I'd done to that point had helped me get to that point at Amazon and then do well at Amazon. So I was very focused on my career and very focused on the money that would come from that. But it wasn't the only concern. Like, the cheaper thing, the thing that would have gotten me more money in my first year of work was taking the jobs that were on offer to me in Australia and just living with my parents, just living with my mum. Because, you know, paying your own, you know, way is for sure a huge expense. But I felt that the most important thing to do was to make sure that my career was getting off to a good start and, you know, progressing from there.
Amazon must have executive corporate offices in Australia.
They absolutely do.
Yeah. And those people must be highly paid.
Not as much as they are in the US for the same role. Like, there's no global parity. You're paid what you're worth in the place that it is. So you can't have an American salary.
Yeah.
In Australia, as an example. I mean, it doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense. Yeah. But I mean, that is the way that they do it.
I don't know Dana Love. You know that name? Dana Love, PhD, has made some very informative...
On crypto. Okay, I'll take a look. Yeah, I would love if we could just oh, okay, I know this guy. I watched a couple of his videos and he's got the right topics. I agree, he's got the right topics and they are informative, but I get the feeling he's using AI a lot for his videos. Like, a lot of it just seems to be a script written by AI. It's got the same sort of beats and punchiness, and this isn't a blah, this is a blah. You know, it's got this sort of showmanship that Gemini or ChatGPT seems to exhibit a lot of, and it can be engaging, but realizing that I think he's basically just reading an AI created script makes me not want to waste my time watching his videos at all.
This is very interesting. If you go to danalove.com, the main picture that pops up is a portrait type photo of him. Okay. And he's wearing, what kind of, maybe a Rolex he's wearing? I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
And he's wearing a short sleeve shirt under a sport jacket, which is very
Oh,
strange.
that's very odd.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, it's a V-neck. Okay.
Okay, but it's a 33-year technology veteran, 5 PhD economics, Glasgow, and Baker Scholar, MBA, Harvard. Well, expert Bitcoin commentator on Ashok Bloomberg. He doesn't look that smart.
I don't know. He gives me some bad vibes, honestly. Let's see.
Which Rolex is he wearing?
It's a Submariner.
Sub.
Looks like a 5-digit. Okay, 20 years of public and private and startup companies. What do you mean background in revenue generation? What the fuck does that mean? He's 10 years general manager of ADC. What's ADC? Chief Revenue Officer. President of $40 million consulting company Astra. The CEO of $900 million at PMC contract Bright Dawn. Is he an ex-partner for like consulting? I don't know. I'm skeptical.
Right.
Like, I don't know what he does.
Well, if his book is free on Amazon, you could take a look.
Yeah. I left a message on one of his videos. I said, hey, I don't know if it's true, but this sounded very much AI driven. I don't know if he's responded to me. Because, like, I'm not convinced, quite frankly. Let me see here. XRP, Clarity Act, yeah, the split, this one. Yeah, okay, yeah, he hasn't responded to me. I said, sorry, but this sounds written by AI. Not saying that it was, but it does sound like it. So yeah, I'm not... This guy gives me charlatan vibes. You know what I mean? Like, he's self-promoting. It's all very vague.
I wonder, based on what you're saying, I wonder if he knows or is friendly with Marcus Allen Frischman of Archie Luxury Channel fame. Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I wrote this book. Okay, let's see. Where's the book then? Let's go to Amazon. Token trap. Okay, it is there. 3.7 stars, not 24 reviews. This is like...
Oh, that's pretty bad.
This is poison.
Right.
This sounds AI written. I mean, it says, you were never their investor. You were their exit liquidity. That's exactly what Gemini would say. Like, that's like a Gemini thing to...
3.7 stars is really dismal. Really bad.
Oh, here's another one, also in bold. Crypto didn't fail, it was captured. Like, that's just straight from AI. Like, that's not even... I don't know, this guy seems to be a charlatan to me. Yeah,
Wow.
I wouldn't touch this guy's info with a 10-foot pole.
Right.
I don't know what his game is apart from selling this book, but let's see. Does he sell courses as well? Let's see. What's he sell? So he's got Token Trap on Amazon, and he's got his blog. And what's on the actual?
Maybe he sells nutritional supplements as well.
He does?
No, I'm joking.
Oh, you're just
Yeah.
expecting.
No, I'm joking. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, you can schedule a consultation on his website.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I just clicked on that and it says, sorry, can't find that page. So, didn't work.
Oh, he's also got a channel on AI, of course. Brightling has a good comment.
Bradley, I don't believe most reviews these days. If a company has 5 stars, it means nothing with all the paid and fake reviews. I agree with you completely. Yeah.
100%.
Just like certain YouTubers who buy views, you know. There's only 10 people, 20 people watching, and then you look at the video and had 1,000 views, 2,000 views. It's, or live stream, 500 people watching. It's, absurd.
Yeah, I think that definitely out there in the real world.
Honestly, you ever
reviews
think
are
about
very
yourself
fake.
writing a book?
The trouble is, I'm not really an expert at many
I just lost
things.
your audio. Maybe that was...
Testing.
Did
1,
I hit
2.
something here?
Testing. No, I think I'm sending.
Hold on 1 second, please.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Can you say something, please?
Testing.
Yeah, I must have hit the wrong something.
Yeah, I think the trouble with me is I tend to be a jack of many trades, but I'm not actually a master at like hardly anything.
So you never thought about writing a book like Luxury to Last or anything like that?
I haven't read the book.
I don't think there's anything there to read, but...
Right. Yeah, I would, I don't know what to say. I'm not an expert at any given subject except for like straight engineering. I just dabble in a lot of different stuff, and some things have a lot more engineering behind them. So I'm closer to being an expert at them. So with sound, I'm a lot stronger than just someone who's really passionate about audio. But it's not perfect at all, far from it. So I don't really have a lot to teach people about many subjects. But I feel like on many subjects I do know more, but not in a position to claim I'm an expert.
So if UNLV approached you to teach a class...
It would be on engineering. Like
Engineering,
yeah. There's no doubt about it. Like it would just have to be on engineering. As much
Not
as
a
I
class like
other things.
entrepreneurship in the adult film world or anything like that? Or...
That's something not the adult part, but entrepreneurship is something that I don't regret that I don't have much of that. So when I was in college, I did have my own like consultancy, and so I did web pages and stuff like that, sort of web apps, to make a bit of money and a bit of experience. And then for that stint between working for finance and working for Amazon, those few years was out on my own, being an entrepreneur. But it isn't how I made my money. Ultimately, it was Amazon, and I think I did well. I don't think I could hardly see doing better.
Well, I mean, a guy like you can buy and sell docs reports, so I'd say you did very well.
But now I'm at the stage where I've done well. The next step could only be made by entrepreneurship, because there's no next level in terms of career. Like even if I got like a position that was 2 or 3 levels above me, it still would pale in comparison to what the investments are worth. So it wouldn't make a big difference.
Well, you could, in Las Vegas, you could open up your own business, like an erotic bakery or something.
Right.
You know?
Vegas is not a good place to open a business. Just from the perspective of you're only going to be creating sort of basic bitch businesses. As in, I'll start a burger restaurant, or I'll start a steakhouse, or I'll open up a gym or a clothing store. Do you get what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
It's not something that will scale. I mean, there is one business that did actually do this basic bitch stuff and break out. I think it was Nothing Bunt Cakes.
I've seen them here in Oregon.
They recently exited for a huge amount of money.
I thought that when I first saw one of their stores, I thought that was the stupidest name, because they're calling their cakes like nothing. You know,
Right,
I understand that.
that's
I understand what they're saying. You know,
Yeah.
nothing but cakes or nothing bunt cakes. You know,
Yeah.
but it also can be read as nothing bunt cakes, like
Yeah.
they suck. You know,
So yeah, they sold for an estimated value of $2 billion.
that's unbelievable.
That's
Unbelievable.
unbelievable. I have never bought anything from their store.
It never occurred to me to walk over and even look in the window.
I've had a couple given to me, like just 1 or 2 items, not like a box of donuts. And I thought it was like, it's okay, but I would prefer a donut.
Right.
Just, yeah, unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Huge exit. I believe they start in Las Vegas.
Breitling. If there's one good thing they could put AI to work for, it's recognizing liars and falsehoods and any of their online activity. Wow, brilliant observation.
That is
Use
incredibly-
AI for good. Probably a real reach for it to be good for something. Wow.
I mean, like, look at this guy's webpage. Like, you do Dana Love, it's just him staring you in the fucking face.
Right.
Does any...
Flaunting his shit watch.
Yeah, does any real author have a webpage that looks like this?
Let me go back and look at this.
Or...
Well, he's not really... He's not just an author. He's a, mega millionaire business advisor, businessman. Genius business veteran,
Yeah. Skilled CTO and CEO.
Yeah.
Right.
But I mean, it is a very tacky opening page.
Yeah, it looks... He just strikes me as a charlatan. There's no... I don't know.
If he owned a donut shop, I bet you it would be a crappy donut shop.
Yeah. Oh, and then, of course, his PhD. Has to put that in his Zoom.
Right.
Like, I'm watching a stream here where he's joined a stream, and he's like, Dana Love, PhD.
Well, he's got that on the page right up front. MBA, Harvard, PhD, Glasgow.
Yeah, anyone putting in the... A PhD of what? Like, I've usually found, like, people putting, like, PhD down, like, they're big.
Well, like on his cover of The Token Trap, the book, it says Dana Love, PhD, but you'd have to find out what that was in, but...
Yeah, there's a lot of, like, that's probably a red flag to me.
He
Like
doesn't say
someone
on his
putting
page
down
what his PhD's in.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I think it's implied that it's business, but for what exactly? So PhD Economics, Glasgow. But no, it doesn't. What? PhD Economics. But which school? Was it Glasgow?
Well, it was yeah. So.
University of Glasgow? Okay. But I would also say that having a PhD in economics absolutely does not lead to someone who's good for business. I mean, economics is basically an entire field of study dedicated to telling governments that whatever they're about to do is okay, and here's how to spin it. You know what I mean? They already make up their mind about what they want to do. Then it's economists' jobs to figure out what the narrative is that will make this fly. Okay, started work in 1995.
Did you ever look at Marcus Allen Frischman's website?
No, I've never.
Oh, it's hysterical. Yeah. But anyway. Yeah.
He was at this. He was a VP GM for one company for like 11 months. It's like, okay, during .com. In a VoIP company. Okay, he was sales. 4 years here. When did he get his fucking PhD? Oh, core contributor. Okay. Okay, he's in Phoenix. Okay, where's this education from? Volunteering, skills, education. Okay, PhD. 98 to 2004. Essays on liquidity in financial markets.
It says BS Physics, University of Richmond, Phi Beta Kappa, MBA Harvard, Marketing, University of Glasgow, PhD, Economics. So.
Interesting. So he was worked for potentially 1 year before doing an MBA, and then
here's
still
this
trying
whole,
to figure out why University of, like, all of his experiences in America. Why is he in University of Glasgow?
You like the food?
I'm going to ask AI to explain this.
Well, here's his work history on this thing called Crunchbase.
Yeah.
It shows everything. Well, anyway. Blaine, I'm not as learned as Aussie, but it seems to me economics has achieved cult status.
Well, I worked, so my last job at in finance was, my peers had economics degrees, and I asked them about whether or not they'd ever read Adam Smith, and none of them had. It's like, literally, The Wealth of Nations, literally the first economics textbook ever created. It defined what economics was. It was the first person to have even approached the subject of economics from a scientific perspective, and none of them had read it. It was like, okay, I kind of understand what you guys are at. Basically, it's communism. It's not. They teach them communism at school. That's what economics is.
Right, like education without common sense, experience, good communication skills, and respect for others is worthless. Yeah, but it makes you a prime candidate for having a YouTube channel. Well, whatever. For some people.
Yeah. Okay. So I put it into Gemini and I said, why would American have this line item, the PhD from Glasgow, blah, blah, blah. And it did talk about that PhDs in England don't require the coursework, that you can just start writing a thesis or something like that. And for the most part, it's pretty generic information. And then I said, the person who this comes from gives me charlatan vibes. And then it goes, your intuition is spot on. Several details in that profile entry, massive red flags for anyone familiar with UK academia, academic timelines, or how PhDs work. Major inconsistencies and anachronisms. A GPA on a UK PhD. British PhDs are purely research degrees assessed by a thesis and a viva voce or oral defense. There are no letter grades or GPAs. Also, to be clear, I don't know any non-US academic institutions that use GPAs. So to have it on a European or a Scottish university to have a GPA is a red flag. Like, that's what it's saying. Because
nobody puts their GPA anywhere.
Yeah, I know. That's also another charlatan
doesn't make any
flag
sense
to be putting a GPA down. Like, if you got a good PhD, then the PhD should stand as.
I mean, if I tell you I have a PhD from University of Phoenix with a 3.99 GPA, I mean, who gives a shit?
Yeah, and it's also very odd to have like 3.86. You know what I mean? It's like, why 2 digits of precision? You know what I mean?
Well, why even put it on any document or any website?
So it says, there are no letter grades or GPAs. A 3.86 GPA is a concept that simply does not exist for a doctoral degree at University of Glasgow. Graduated with high distinction. So to me, this is an honours thing, to graduate with high distinction, honours or bachelor thing. I've never seen such a thing on a master's or a PhD. Standard UK PhD outcomes are pass or pass with minor corrections or major corrections or fail. While some European countries award Latin honours, summa cum laude, British doctorates do not award a high distinction designation. Okay. Wow, this is just purely the line with respect to his PhD, where he got it, and there's like lots of red flags. The business school name, anachronism. The profile claims membership in a research cluster at the Adam Smith Business School between 1998 and 2004. Glasgow's business faculty was only renamed the Adam Smith Business School in 2012. So basically, the Adam Smith Business School didn't exist in the time frame that he was talking about, although maybe he's retroactively applying.
Well, I don't find that a problem, because if you went to school at Melbourne College and then after you graduated became University of Melbourne, you're still a graduate now of University of Melbourne, even though your diploma might have the old name.
Yeah. I think that could be explainable, although, I mean, there's more inconsistencies than there are words at the moment.
Right.
So saying big data in 1998 to 2004, while data analysis and econometrics existed, big data and data science were not formalized academic research terms at that time. And I agree, big data sort of started coming about in the late 2000s, not 1998 through 2004. Resume keyword stuffing, listing affiliations across 3 separate schools simultaneously, math and stats, business school, social and political sciences, while doing a single PhD looks like an attempt to maximize search terms and a realistic doctoral workload. If you have their name, UK doctoral theses are public catalogued at the British Library Ethos System and University of Glasgow and Leiden thesis repository. If their thesis title doesn't show up in these public databases, the degree is almost certainly fabricated. Okay, I can try look it up. Let's look this up. Just doing random.
What about 18 years from now, one of your children says they're going to go to whatever university, and you say, that's great, and they want to get a major in gender studies. What are you going to do when that happens, if that happened?
Look, I will have a very close relationship with my kids, I hope.
Right. Well,
and that
I don't
should
think that
not
would ever
be a
happen in your
possibility.
family, but-
I hope that should never happen.
Right.
Okay, I'm asking Gemma to find it for me.
Mm.
But many degrees these days are worthless and should be highly scrutinized with AI, online learning, and corruption. Yes, corruption, for sure.
Hmm. Absolutely.
Whoa. Okay, so I have to follow this up, but Gemini said the doctoral thesis does not exist as a University of Glasgow degree. In fact, it is a piece of direct plagiarism. What actually happened? The dissertation title, Essays on Liquidity in Financial Markets, and its abstract were written by Pierre-Olivier Weil for his PhD in economics at Stanford University. The published paper in 2007, the plagiarism on ResearchGate, a profile belonging to Dana Love uploaded to an entry to ResearchGate titled Essays on Liquidity in Financial Markets, claiming it was a PhD thesis in economics at University of Glasgow. The text abstract and mathematical models uploaded under the name were lifted directly from Pierre-Olivier Weil's Stanford research. Wow.
So what is that saying? Is that all
It's
about?
saying that, yes, there is one for Dana Love. Oh, here it is. Ooh, wow, this is spicy. Oh my god. This could be completely fake.
You should contact the Wall Street Journal
on where
or the Watch Reporter, either one.
Yeah. Here we are. So this is it, apparently. So if we go into the abstract, during financial disruptions, market makers provide liquidity. And then let me find the other one. Who's this by? Pierre. During financial now this is 2020. Theory of OTC markets. I don't know. Gemini might not be correct here, of course, but okay, all right. This is interesting. So this is Pierre-Olivier Weil. Let's see. So look at the abstract. During financial disruptions, market makers provide liquidity. During financial disruptions, market makers provide liquidity. What's going on here?
Yeah, I agree, Breitling. Unless it's engineering or the sciences, etc. It's just something to put on the resume looking for a job when you're 22, 23. Degrees now are of such limited worth, unless they're specifically, tech or professional oriented.
But this is saying copyright 2007, so this is after his thing, but that does not mean... I wonder.
Now, what are you scrolling through right now?
This is what he says is the first chapter of his PhD thesis, which is kind of odd because normally you would just say this is my PhD thesis. I don't know why it says first chapter.
And this is Dana Love.
This is the, yeah, it is, of
Right.
my PhD dissertation. I'm deeply, okay. But there's another publication that has the exact same wording. So I'm trying to figure out what happened here, because there's also a 2004 paper. 2004 meeting. Yeah. So this is 2007, but the original paper is 2004. Let me show you that. So this says 2004.
Well, maybe he just revised it later.
But this is a different person.
Uh-huh.
Hold on, let me ask Gemini what it's saying. Were written by Pierre Oliver Weil for his PhD at Stanford. I'm willing to say I don't know. I don't know academia at all.
Yeah.
I don't know academia. I mean, clearly these two papers have the same abstract. I do not understand why that would be the case. Why has it got keywords? What the fuck is that? I've never... What? So why does Pierre recommended publications? Interesting. No, look, 2003. 2003. Oh, jeez. No, I don't. It's just going to offer abstract. SSRN journal. Fuck. I hate fucking academia, man. Like, a lot of this stuff is publicly funded. Why can't I just see it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here's some sort of citation. Oh, look, this has been cited. So while... Okay, so does Loves have any citations? No. Although, oh wait, no, I have to scroll down. How do I get rid of this? No, there's no citations. So I don't know what to say. I don't understand what's happening here. I can't see the full version of Pierre's, but whatever is Love has uploaded here seems to have already been published in 2003, although he does say first version July 2003. So I don't know what this Pierre reference in 2004 is showing up as ultimately. Interesting. I don't know. I'll just say to Gemini, I don't understand. Did love steal something here? How do we know that Yes was the original?
Ocean O'Mallard. Hey, Morty. Are you really buying the dungeon, or were you just pulling our legs? That's a good question. Thank you for the question.
Oh, okay. So, okay, there's no evidence that Love has a published thesis.
Mm-hmm.
This is just an upload to this service called ResearchGate. Like, you can just upload anything.
Maybe all he wrote was one chapter.
Well, Gemini is saying this is pulled directly from the Stanford guy's actual PhD thesis. So, it creates a superficial appearance of a citable academic paper and an index doctoral degree when someone performs a quick Google search or browse the LinkedIn profile. This guy could be like complete and utter charlatan. PhD. He doesn't seem like so it's saying I need to be able to find on ethos. Anyway, I don't need to get into it. My intuition was correct.
Well, you could, call the Harvard registrar and see if he's a real MBA graduate.
Right. I mean, if you lied about, look, I don't know if he's lied about it. I don't have any evidence that shows that he has a PhD thesis that was published. The entry in his LinkedIn saying that he does have a PhD is very sus, considering he's saying he has a GPA for a PhD. Doesn't really make much sense. Yeah, very, very fucking sus.
Well, it's easily verifiable with a phone call, to the university. So
yeah. Just yeah, I don't really care.
right.
Ultimately, like, I already decided that he's using AI to do everything that he's talking about, and it looks like his entire website's AI, and this fucking paper looks like it's copy and paste. This doesn't look like the work of a serious person, Wow. Terrible. There's a lot of people out there that are just complete scam artists, aren't they?
Oh, completely. Yeah.
It's just, you got to be careful. If they're trying to say PhD, they're a doctor. And I'm not saying these aren't admirable qualifications that are worth something. But if they just say PhD and expect you to respect them and not their knowledge, do you get what I'm saying? There's a difference.
Oh, I when I'm checking somebody out and they have their PhD all over the place, on their website and stuff, I always want to, depending on who I'm looking at, I really want to know, okay, fair enough. And, but their website doesn't say where it's from and what year. So I'll do a little digging and I can't find anywhere. And usually it's a fake diploma mill or they just gave themselves a PhD, And otherwise, it would be easily found the school and the year that they got it.
Yeah.
And that's really common in fake religion website people, fake holy rollers and evangelists. Everyone's got a PhD, but they're all self-awarded PhDs, or they create their own school, which is non-accredited, and then they give themselves a PhD.
So why would an American charlatan select University of Glasgow for his proposed thesis, PhD work?
Okay, Breitling, it's one thing to be a PhD, but if they constantly repeat it, then it's a red flag. They're trying to compensate for something. I can agree with that, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So verification friction for foreign degrees. In US, standard corporate background checks use automated clearinghouses that instantly verify American degrees in seconds. Foreign degrees often require manual verification, international requests, or third-party credential evaluations, steps that many startup founders, advisory boards, private clients skip entirely or overlook.
So I'm going to give myself a PhD from University of Glasgow. And you too. You can have one too.
Yeah. Exploiting cultural ignorances. American corporate audiences generally don't know that the UK don't award GPAs. They don't give Latin honours or distinctions and don't involve classroom coursework. A fabricator can blend academic tropes with British prestige without raising suspicion among people unfamiliar. Yeah, but I mean, like that's sort of like a red flag. Like he didn't even need to mention the GPA, but he just couldn't help himself, I guess.
Right.
Yeah. If an American claims a PhD from Harvard or Stanford, they have the probability of running into an actual alumni who will ask, who was your advisor, and so on and so forth. Built-in color and plausibility. Referencing Adam Smith, econometrics, and even local cultural trivia like deep-fried Mars bars can give the lie conversational texture, making it sound lived in and authentic during casual networking. Yeah, there's nothing in his work history that even suggests that there is a gap that he had to... Let me double check. So he claims to have done it prior to 2004. Okay, 98 to 2004. I'm going to bet he was working at the time. Let me have a look. Because the problem with these people
Could
who are
it
so
have been
lazy...
something he obtained online?
I don't think so. As
If
best as I
Glasgow
can
offered a
tell, it
PhD
looks like
online.
University of Glasgow is a legitimate
Sure.
educational institution. So I don't think online learning. In 2004, I was at university in 2004. So no, he was working throughout this entire time. So he was at MetaCloud Communications as CTO. He was principal investigations at this company called GTE. He was like VP GM of the so he had let me count, from 1998 he had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He had 5 different roles with 4 different companies in the time that he claims to have been doing a PhD in Scotland. And all of this was in either San Francisco or Virginia and Massachusetts. It seems like his hometown is in that area. there are so many universities there. Why would he not be there for a PhD? Especially if he claims he got an MBA at,
The Harvard, he says. Yeah.
did he say Harvard Business School?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, it's Harvard Business School, 1990 to 1992. Okay, but that's way earlier. That's plausible. He doesn't show any work during that time. Let me see quickly. But yeah, this.
So
I'm gonna say there's like a very low chance, very low probability that he has a PhD.
So I think it's safe to say you're not going to be buying his book.
This is so silly. I mean, I don't normally investigate things like this. This is just so silly
Yeah.
that this is not like that I can find this that simply, that the timelines don't match up, the accreditation itself looks bogus, immediately finding plagiarized work, no reference to a published PhD thesis. Like, this is just so silly. Okay, I'm going to the UK thesis online repository. Oh, this, what's his name? David Love or whatever? What's his?
Dana Love. Yeah.
Dana Love. This crypto YouTuber who claims to be a PhD, puts it everywhere. PhD. Okay, looking for... What was it? Dana Love, huh? Let's look for Dana Love. No Dana Love. No thesis by Dana Love. Yeah, and no match for the thesis. He had essays on financial liquid. Like, there's no Dana Love. Let's see, date awarded 2004. University. Oh, there's one here for University of Glasgow. Okay. No, but not on that. So there's no evidence that he has a thesis from published University of Glasgow. He's just uploaded it to some random site, basically. That's it. And that's it. There we go. That's it. All fucking lies. That's all there is. Like, nasty.
So when you go to bed tonight, you can tell your wife, just as you're getting ready to go to bed, you say, "Hun, wake up." She go, "What do you want?" You say, "I got him."
Yeah.
You got who?
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, let's see if these patents exist. This might not be... It's not that hard to get a patent, so... I wouldn't hold that as being... But it wouldn't surprise me if he was lying about being on... Okay, no, he's on this. I've got patents. I've got a few patents. So I don't really care about that.
Blaine says, "My sincere apologies for pointing you toward this rancid rabbit hole."
No, I mean, we both learn. Like, as I said, I only had a sneaking suspicion that I didn't like what I heard. Like, it sounded very AI driven, sounded a bit lazy. He's got good delivery, but, you know, con artists normally know how to sound convincing.
No, he has no Wikipedia, says Ocean.
Right. Yeah, I mean, not having a Wikipedia is not a big deal, but
Yeah.
It's so it was the fact that he's using AI means to me he's sort of like a low effort grifter. And then I looked at a few other pieces of content that he did linked from his website. First of all, his website's obnoxious. And then I linked to a stream that he'd participated in, and he listed himself, he titled himself joining the Zoom as Dana Love PhD. And yeah, sure enough, everywhere else he's putting in PhD. But it's very weird to have someone putting PhD when the context is crypto. Because I don't know if there's any universities that are doing, you know, PhDs in fucking crypto, you know what I mean? Like,
Well,
what
it
would
could just be in
relevant?
economics, but he, on his own, he has a crypto specialty.
Yeah. I wonder when he decided that economics would be it's very interesting that he has an economics PhD from 2004. Or that's what he claims, because what's interesting about it is that his work experience does not indicate that that's what he would have pursued. It only makes sense.
I think we should get this guy on the phone and
Yeah.
quiz him.
Him having an economics degree only makes sense now that he's talking about crypto.
Yeah, Blaine makes a really good point. It's very weird to introduce yourself as blank PhD, like Jill Biden.
Right.
Dr. Jill Biden, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, how many times have they dropped that she's a doctor? I mean,
Yeah, Dr.
How
Jill.
old are they?
Dr.
And they're
Jill.
still,
Dr. Jill.
still dropping that. It's as if someone who would just earn their doctor and they're still having fun with it.
Right.
Yeah, it's interesting because his economics degree only makes sense now that he's talking about crypto. But clearly he's only been talking about crypto for a very short period of time. Now, he claims to have been involved since 2011. There's no real evidence of that. Maybe he bought Bitcoin. I don't know. But if you bought Bitcoin in 2011, quite frankly, I wouldn't have a YouTube channel. If I bought Bitcoin in 20, I know people who've bought Bitcoin in 2011.
Yeah,
they now have
but there are a
problems.
lot of people. There are a number of people who, you know, do these infomercials and appear on talk shows as, you know, 100 millionaire, billionaire, not billionaire, but worth hundreds of millions, business people, and they write books and go on talk shows and do lectures. And it's like I've always been suspicious of these people. Like, why? And one of these guys that comes to mind is a Japanese American guy. He's all over the YouTube and
Kiyosaki.
yeah.
Oh, he's a complete fraud. He's
And,
an absolute fraud.
He's been around for
Kiyosaki.
like 20 years on TV infomercials and books
for,
and lectures.
For
and,
anyone keying on that, that's the guy who wrote Rich Dad Poor Dad.
that's the guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you know he absolutely did not write Rich Dad Poor Dad? That absolutely wasn't him that wrote that book.
Okay. Yeah.
It was a middle-aged white woman who wrote that book. And she wrote it before ever meeting him. She was listed as the author for many, many print runs, many editions for more than a decade.
Not
before
as
Robert-
by so and so with. Did she get a with credit or just the author credit?
No, she was the initial author.
The author. Okay.
And then, so there may have been first editions that didn't involve Kiyosaki. Eventually, Kiyosaki's name appeared on it because they worked at the same company, and it was a course company. Let me say this: that book is a piece of shit. It is there to sell courses. It always was. And Robert Kiyosaki was an employee of that place. He did not even found the place for which he was selling courses for. And he just moved up the ranks. And anyway, at some point there was a bit of, she didn't really want to be a part of it anymore. And she allowed Robert to buy her out of the, you know, all the parts of it. And then after that, her name disappeared from the book. She was no longer the author. He was the sole author. And then all of a sudden, it became his life story. And
Well,
if
that's
you
the
go
same
back-
thing like Obama's books, you know.
right?
He says he wrote the first book, but the second book was not written by him at all. That's been established. You know?
No,
There's
but-
another guy who's
yeah.
who does a lot of YouTube videos and lectures around the country. I don't remember his name, but he's like 65, 70 years old, white hair, always wears a suit, and he's a foul-mouthed, obnoxious business executive type guy.
I know who you're talking
Everything is fuck, fuck, fuck.
about. Yeah.
And he's very dominating and aggressive in his presentation.
I think I know who you're talking about. Even
Yeah,
with
I can't
that
remember his
small
name,
description.
but,
he's not a very tall guy, but he seems very convinced. Like he seems very sure about what he's saying, and he leaves you feeling as if you don't know much about what he's talking
and
about.
he's very abusive to his audience, and he comes across as this real tough, motherfucker
Yes.
type guy, and he's worth hundreds and hundreds of millions and all this. And I've always thought from the first time I saw this guy on some TV commercial or whatever, infomercial, like, why is he doing this? If he's got 400, 500 million, why is he talking to this audience of wannabe morons to buy his book and come to his paid lecture? Why isn't he back in Malibu, enjoying his life?
Yeah. No, I think, is it this guy? I'll show you.
If I heard the name, I would remember.
Okay,
I would know.
I don't know. Maybe I'm completely off
Yeah.
base. So I just
Let
turn
me
the
look up
sound
here.
off on this. Jeez. I can't turn off. Oh, there it is. Hold on. Yeah, I got it. Is it this guy? Hold on. Is it this guy?
Let me take a look. 1 second. Yeah, that's him. Yeah, that's the guy.
Yeah.
So what's his name? Does it
No,
say?
I don't know. I did.
That's definitely the guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's been doing the same routine for at least 10 years.
He has been.
Yeah.
He comes into the room and he basically goes in to dismiss everyone else's ideas.
Right. And fuck you, fuck this, fuck
Yeah,
you.
He actually isn't always in a suit like this, but when I see a suit like this, alarm bells go off for me.
Mm-hmm.
Big time. So it isn't what he's saying and how he's saying it necessarily that gives me the alarm bells. It's definitely the suit, and the confidence for which he's saying it gives me the impression he's a con man, as in he's got confidence. He's trying to instill confidence. He wants you to subvert your judgment for his judgment, and he doesn't give you the tools for it. He just says, no, fuck you, go along with me. And he's a charlatan. He's always been doing this.
That was my impression when
It
the
doesn't
first time I
matter
saw
what
it. Yeah.
subject. He's always doing the same thing again and again and again. There's no substance to it. I have no idea where he's. This guy is completely. Yeah, what you see. This is as deep as it gets. Just an old man shouting in a suit. There's nothing.
Right, yeah.
There's no there. There's nothing behind it. He isn't a multi-millionaire or someone you.
Well,
should be taking
he's in the
advice
hundreds
from.
of millions and all that stuff. that he
Apparently.
says. Yeah.
No, but Kiyosaki, there is no evidence that Kiyosaki has had any involvement in real estate at all.
Well, that's one of his claims to his prestige status.
Yes.
He's a mega millionaire, multi-wheeler dealer real estate guy.
Yeah, there's no evidence of that at all. Ocean O'Malley says, I thought you were talking about Ben Marler. Ben Marler's real. Ben Marler's a real dude. If you want to get rich, listen to Ben Marler. He's a real guy. He's not a con man. He doesn't give a fuck if you watch him or look at him or listen to him. He doesn't care about other opportunities. Like you could tell him about Bitcoin and stuff like that. He's not going to dismiss it. He goes, that's not the investment for me. I know real estate. That's what Ben Marler says.
Okay, I
know
just
real
looked him up.
estate.
I haven't seen this guy before. Yeah.
Ben Marler's cool. And he's probably easily worth hundreds and hundreds of millions.
Yeah, it says he's
maybe
$500
billions.
million.
Yeah. It's very easy to believe. I mean, he's just
And he doesn't list
hyper-dedicated.
his he doesn't list his GPA on his website.
Right. He doesn't have his GPA listed 3 or 4 times. You know, and he's not a super smart guy, but what he does know, he's a weapon. He's a weapon. He knows that you go in there, you buy shit with leverage, and you just keep doing it for long periods of time. He's not interested in a fast buck. He's just, you know, Ben Marler's the real dude. Real, you know, if you think real estate is the investment, you should try and learn as much as you can from Ben Marler. But I don't think he's got any books or anything like that. He doesn't give a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? He's got too much money. He doesn't give a fuck about anyone else learning his tricks and stuff like that. You know, he's got stories for days. He's happy to share in the context of having fun. So you'll find him on a few podcasts here and there, the people who've convinced, and you'll notice that on his when he's on a podcast, the podcaster has to go to him. He's not flying out to Austin and going in someone's little basement to do a podcast. No, you come to him. And then maybe he'll give you his time. It's not the other way around. He doesn't need that shit. You know what I mean? He doesn't give a shit. He's just having fun. So you go to him. So
Yeah, that guy who you showed the video of with the brown suit, the asshole. I think his name is Dan, but I can't remember his name. But I would recognize it if I heard it. But he's all over YouTube and all kinds of stuff.
I know he makes it look good. But his name is never attached to it. I just typed in the search term "old guy Bitcoin." What you need to know. You know, because trying to tell you about Bitcoin.
And that popped up?
Yeah, absolutely. It was the first thing.
What do you do,
But
old
it's
guy?
same as your description. It's why you told me just an old guy, just, you know, foul mouthed and blah blah blah. I'm like, okay, I know who you're talking about. That was it. That was the only description. I was like, fair enough. Yeah, that guy was a complete scam. But if you want to see scams, like 100%, look up Robert Kiyosaki and look at documentaries.
Well, yeah, I've seen him
people have
around
produced.
for a couple decades, probably.
No, but there are documentaries people produce.
Oh, really?
showing what his actual background is versus what's in the book. Like it's completely fugazi. There isn't a single thing about his background or how he got his money that is real. It's just
He last time I saw a video of him, he was talking about his close friendship with President Trump.
he'll say anything, you know.
Well, yeah, who knows? Yeah.
He'll say anything. Yeah. I mean, the problem with Robert Kiyosaki is that most people only read one book every like 5 years, right? And instead of reading a good book like Richest Man in Babylon, something like that, where they'll actually learn about wealth and wealth creation, they'll read fucking Rich Dad Poor Dad, and it doesn't say a fucking thing on how to actually build wealth. It doesn't say a fucking thing, and people will be stuck with that. How many people have read this fucking book and are now literally like millions of dollars poorer for having read it?
Okay, I found this guy screaming at the audience. He's, I know who's behind Bitcoin. I know the fucking guy. You know, Bitcoin is going to zero, zero,
Yeah.
zero.
Yeah.
But it doesn't show his name, so I can't. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was able to find more stuff of him and like old stuff, and
Yeah.
he's been around for a long time. Like
Right.
he hasn't just come out of the woodwork and just said Bitcoin's crap. No, he's been doing this shtick for forever.
Right.
Ocean Mallard, leverage just means using debt to buy things you couldn't otherwise afford. So that's typically done with real estate. You always buy real estate with debt because it's its own collateral. You don't get many opportunities to get debt with good collateral. So normally people are leveraged 5-to-1 on real estate. You know, the 20% deposit. Obviously, the leverage can go much further. But I mean, most people who take on debt when they're playing with stocks, I advise like no more than 20% leverage. You know what I mean? So most people are in real estate, they're leveraged 5-1, which is a ratio completely ridiculous and completely unhinged for any other asset class. So last month, the world's biggest hedge fund, well, getting there, probably like 3, blew up because they were using 4-1 leverage, and the market went the wrong way, and they lost $45 billion in the space of 2 weeks. And on his wedding day, he had to sell the fund. He got liquidated on his wedding day. Yeah. So, but you know, I mean, the only time Americans have had serious issues with leverage around real estate was 2008, and that was really bad.
What was 2008? What happened there?
Oh, you know, like the housing crisis. The
okay,
credit
right.
crunch. You know,
Dan
everyone was
Pena, that's
underwater.
it. That's his name, Dan Pena, Pena.
What a weird name.
I remembered his name was Dan, and Daniel Pena, Pena, 81 years old. Education, San Fernando Valley State College, now Cal State Northridge, right? PS, right?
Here's one.
He has a Wikipedia page, Dan Pena.
Video, stop being a pussy. Ridiculous. From $820 to billionaire. Yeah, right. Okay. I mean, doesn't that outfit just scream charlatan?
Well, on his Wikipedia thing, he has some. I don't read the whole story here. He was running for political offices in Scotland, where he lives. It says.
Oh my God, he's been on some podcasts.
Pena refers to himself as the $1 trillion man. He works as a motivational speaker and is known for his brash persona. Right.
Oh no.
He ran in the 2024 UK general election in Scotland.
Joe Rogan had him on his podcast 9 years ago.
Right.
Oh my
He's been
God.
around probably 20 years on YouTube.
As I said, he's been around a long time doing this shtick. A long time. Oh, this makes me sick, man.
He's got an official website. There it is, danpena.com.
Oh, man.
Oh, danpena.co.uk. I'll have to save that to look at later. And he's all dressed up in Scottish regalia there. The $1 trillion man, founder of QLA.
You know, 3-piece suit, pocket chief, flower, a fucking pocket watch. Like, seriously, a fucking pocket watch on a chain? Like, it doesn't get any more signally than that, right?
Well, I don't know. Maybe the guy is a trillionaire. Whatever it says, I don't know. You know, but the guy is just. I don't care who he is. He's just a fucking asshole. You know.
Oh my God. Someone's got to dig into that. There's Dan Pena exposed.
Yeah, there must be lots of articles about the guy being
A charlatan, yeah.
charlatan, yeah.
No.
Okay, yeah, Dan Pena scam. A lot of stuff came up.
$50 billion fake.
Is Dan Pena a fraudster billionaire? Right.
He's a
Watch how this
billionaire with no
dangerous fake
businesses.
billionaire gets YouTube views. Right. Unbelievable.
Yeah. Is he the OG scammer? What's Dan Payne? What's he peddling on his website?
Well, let me get back to that.
Wow, his website literally says the $1 trillion man.
Yeah. Well, he's created $1 trillion of wealth for people, I think is what it said.
Right. Equity value created. Okay, his course is called Quantum Leap Advantage.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
What the hell is this? Why is Scotland this place for fucking scammers? So, from a humble background in
Yeah.
East
This
Los
guy's. They're
Angeles
both those guys are
to
connected to
Guthrie
Scotland.
Castle in Scotland.
Right.
I mean, that sounds really impressive to an American, but there's plenty of fucking defunct, derelict, and bullshit castles all over Europe. I mean,
Sure, right,
like
right.
I have no idea whether Guthrie Castle has any significance at all. It's some shithole.
Okay, he's offering various programs. One is the 7-day QLA Castle Seminar. That's at his castle. You take a class with him, November 2nd to 8th, Guthrie Castle, Scotland. And here's the syllabus of the plans. The 7 steps to super success. Right.
Okay, initial sniff chest just to check out. But as I said, like, it sounds amazing to have a castle, but it really, I mean, there's lots of castles all over.
Didn't
the UK and
Nicolas
England,
Cage buy like 10 castles or 5 castles or something? Or then he lost all of them or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah. But basically, Americans don't know that having a castle isn't necessarily like a big deal. Like, it's like there's lots of castles. Wikipedia seems to be pretty glowing about it.
Although I do think owning a castle in Transylvania would be pretty cool.
Well, I was in Transylvania when I was in Romania.
Did you go to the famous castle attributed to Dracula? Bran Castle, I think it's called, or something.
Oh, no. I was literally in Transylvania, though.
Well, that's a shame. You probably down the street from it and missed it.
Yeah. There's almost no photos.
Yeah,
of
Bran
the
Castle, Bran. A medieval castle in Romania attributed to the story of, must have marketed outside of Romania as Dracula's castle. Wow.
Oh, when they say golf course, it looks like it has 3 holes. Like, that's not really a golf course. It's like a little pitch and putt. But it does exist. I'll give it that. It does exist. I cannot tell just from the photos if this is a significant place at all.
Okay, Guthrie Castle.
It's
Here it is.
very small.
Looks more like somebody's home, not a castle. This is
Yeah.
Wikipedia. Castle and country house in Angus, Scotland. Dates to the 15th century. In 1984, he purchased the castle. Built a golf course on the estate. It's available to the public for wedding parties and corporate functions.
So it's 200 by 100 feet.
In 2017, after a fraud investigation, the owner decided it will no longer be open to the public and remain a private house.
Sure.
Whatever happened there, yeah. It's not really a castle. It's just a big house.
Yeah, so it's about the size of. Okay.
I mean, let's be
it's
true here.
significant.
Madonna
I
has a
mean,
bigger house, you know.
Yeah, it's significant. I mean, it's about 100. It's about the size of 4 American homes,
Yeah.
which it's sizable, but I mean, how much of that is usable space, considering it was a castle and not a home, you know, as in like a modern home? So how much of it is actually restored and functioning living space? Most of these places are just completely gutted, you know what I mean? They're just historical landmarks, basically, and you can own it if you choose to, but it's usually a poor financial decision to do so. So who knows? That being said, let's see, Guthrie Castle, the official private residence of Dan Peanut, the $1 Trillion Man. So he's done his homework in terms of trying to present something, you know.
Oh, here's the official website, Guthrie Castle.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is
.co.uk.
all from,
Yeah, right, I see.
yeah. Anyway, this guy's a scammer.
Yeah. Well, I'd save that page. I'll have to look at it later.
Yeah, I'd have to dig a bit deeper. So, I mean, Guthrie Castle does exist. It appears to be his. I mean, he has the Google
it may be
listing.
technically a castle, but it doesn't look anything like a castle. It just looks like a big, old-fashioned, Middle Ages house. That's all.
Yeah, it does seem like a lot of these American scammers seem to be pulling a lot of
20 or 30
weight
years
from
ago, there was a
Scotland.
thing that was advertised heavily here in the U.S. where it said the TV commercial was, "Would you like to be a real British lord of the manor?"
Yes, yeah.
Uh,
I
you
think it was
can
like
buy
something titles. It was like
yeah, you can
reserved
buy a
titles or
title
something.
in Scotland, officially
Scotland.
certified. To be a lord, and what you do is you buy 1 square inch of Scottish territory on somebody's estate,
Yeah.
and you can call yourself Lord Aussie or whatever you want, and you get a fancy certificate with a
all sorts of
emblem and all
paperwork.
that shit.
Yeah. That was entirely fake.
Yeah.
Like even if there existed this idea that if you buy Scottish land you can be a lord and stuff like that, they weren't doing that. All of that paperwork was just basically novelty paperwork. There was no ownership of title. There was no land, not even
There's
square
there's
foot.
similar scams. Like there's some guy who owns a rock in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, and he declared it his own country, which nobody recognizes. And then he sold, exactly, NATO, a Laird, Laird Expat, that's your new name. And you buy 1 square inch on his rock in the ocean, and you you get a passport to his quote country.
Yeah, complete fake bullshit. Should subscribe. He's called out quite a lot of these fakers. All right, I gotta go. I actually want
it's
to get
late.
up in the morning so I can run.
Yeah. Well,
All right, it's been fun. It's been fun.
Thank you very much for the illuminating content tonight. Very
Some
good.
debunking going on. That was good.
Right. Debunking. Right.
All right, see you around.
All right. Thanks, Ozzy. I'll see you later. Good night. All right. You know what that means when our guest has just left? That means let's bring the music up. Get some puffins up there. Hey, I'll hang. It's holy cow, 4 hours and 15 minutes. But I'll hang around a little while longer. I'm actually not that tired. And if anybody wants to join the panel, we can talk about anything. Otherwise, I'll wrap it up in 5 or 10 minutes. Hey, here's let me lower that music. Here's a story just breaking. Frozen blueberries sold in southeastern American states, including at Publix supermarkets, are 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 contaminated with E. coli. They're deadly. So do not buy frozen blueberries if you live in the southeast United States, uh, including at Publix. It's an emergency recall and alert. Wow. I wonder if that includes blueberries sold at Wawa. And when you can't go and buy frozen blueberries without risk of death and E. coli, things are pretty bad. No. Wow. Blaine Cole, you and Aussie Expat have really outdone yourselves today. Bravo. Aussie's a fantastic guest. And whatever the topic, I mean, the guy is somebody I can actually talk to and use multisyllabic words and get into pretty interesting topics, or just simple topics, but he's never been one of those people. Yeah. Moody Mongol, look who's here. Blueberry becoming dingleberries. What is this world coming to? Morning, Morty, just popping through. Right, okay, good to see you, Moody Mongol. Right, okay. Just passing through, just hopping on, right? Very good. Isn't this nice? You know, almost 2 o'clock in the morning, just listening to some nice piano jazz and watching the Puffin videos. It's pretty nice. No hate, no screaming, no explosions. Face blasting. Amazing. Moody, I'm playing catch up. Just listen to the start of the show. What drama that I never knew about. I'm only new here, Morty, but I've never heard so many F-bombs from you, Morty. I didn't know the lore. Oh, yeah, these stories go way, way back on with these various channels in the luxury products community. It's amazing. Yeah. And the fake Chinese replicas product community, right? Well, it's not a fake if it says it's from China. So I want to be clear on that. Yeah, jazz piano calms the savage beast. Well, it should. Yeah, some people out there, jazz piano does not calm it. It does not calm them. They need a heavy dose of some intense medication. Mrs. Wilkinson, I like it when there is no viscountness, right? We all do. Well, no, that's not true. Many of them can't wait for the viscountness and the hate. You know, that's what they want every show, every day. All right. Well, I'll tell you, today's going to be a big day for Morty. A big day for the luxury community on YouTube. I'll keep you posted throughout the day. Or I'll keep you posted at the end of the day on how everything went on the acquisition. All right, I'm gonna wrap it up in about 2 minutes. Gonna go to bed. I'll watch some police body cam videos on my phone as I fall asleep. Okay, I don't know what I should watch. Should I watch police body cam videos going to bed? World War II Hitler stuff? Or mafia documentaries all on YouTube? Or dinosaur content? So much to choose from. Or just videos about Scotland, considering tonight's show content. Ah, amazing. All right, I think that's it. So I'd like to thank everybody for watching tonight's super show. And let's just catch up here. Blaine, gotta go. Thank you very much, Blaine. Thanks for watching. And Ocean O'Mallard, thank you for watching tonight's show. I'll make sure to let you know if I get a response from the elite horology people. Okay, well, good luck with that. Very good. Moody, I've seen that horology channel a couple of times, but had no idea of the issues. Well, again, this is, coming from Morty's Diner channel. Okay, depends who you talk to, but I'm, but had no idea of the issues. So now you plan to nuke the channel. Will you live stream the deletion on this channel? That would be an epic epitaph. That's a hell of an idea. Wow. Ocean, Audible audiobook will bring on the what? I can't make out what that is. Let me look. We'll bring on the Z's. I see. Yes, it certainly would. Okay. All sound good. I go for long physics. Yeah, I watch those too. Yeah. History videos are really great for falling asleep. Yeah. The police body cam videos aren't really that good for when I'm in bed falling asleep, because they're so fucking funny and insane that they don't put me in a sleepy type mood, But history documentaries, that stuff is suitable for falling asleep nicely. All right, that's it. What a show. 4.5 hours. And again, preserving our record of delivering original, creative riveting content without any hope of remuneration or donations to the channel support. Just fantastic. Moody. Naturally, an Art Bell show is, yeah, absolutely. At Art Bell, they put him on at 2 a.m, talking about flying saucers and aliens, and yeah, terrific for going to bed. All right, so let's wrap up the show with a closing out video. Thank you all for watching. And we'll be back pretty soon with more riveting content. Let's remove the puffin there for a moment, and let's see, what do we... All right, everyone. Thank you very much for watching, and good night.
Morty's Diner. Hot coffee without the toxic sludge. Morty's Diner. Hot coffee without the toxic sludge. Morty's Diner. Hot coffee without the toxic sludge.